Every restless night has a message hidden inside it. Not a spooky message, a human one. The body is tired, but the mind keeps pacing. The chest feels tight for no clear reason. The thoughts keep scanning the past, predicting the future, replaying things that should have ended months ago. And when the room goes quiet, the nervous system stays loud. Not because something is wrong with you, but because your body learned to survive more than it learned to feel safe. Most people were taught how to function, how to show up, how to keep going, how to act fine. But almost no one was taught how to come down, how to release the tension stored in the shoulders, the jaw, the stomach. How to stop living like danger is always around the corner. How to sleep without the mind standing guard like a soldier who never got the order to stand down. The Stoics understood this long before modern science gave it a name. They knew the mind can turn ordinary moments into threats. They knew that fear grows when it is fed with stories. They knew that peace returns when you separate what is happening from what you are adding to it. And they taught a quiet kind of strength, the ability to stay steady inside, even when life is not. Tonight, this is not about forcing yourself to relax, not about pretending everything is okay, not about becoming emotionless. This is about repair, slow, real repair. Repairing the inner alarm that has been ringing for too long, teaching your nervous system that it can breathe again, teaching your body that rest is allowed, teaching your mind that it does not need to fight every thought. So let this be your reset. 4 hours to soften the tension, 4 hours to lower the inner noise, 4 hours to return to a calm that doesn't depend on perfect conditions. 4 hours of deep stoic healing to repair your nervous system overnight. And as the mind begins to loosen its grip, something else quietly steps forward. The part of you that has been standing guard for years. The part that never fully relaxes, even in safe rooms. The part that listens for footsteps that aren't coming, prepares for conversations that will never happen, and keeps scanning the horizon long after the storm has passed. This next step is about meeting that tired guardian, and finally letting it rest. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep does not fix. It comes from always being on, always alert, always ready to respond, defend, solve, or prevent. The body learns this state slowly, often without permission. A few stressful years turn into a habit of tension. A few painful surprises turn into constant anticipation. Before long, calm starts to feel unfamiliar, almost suspicious, like something must be wrong if nothing is wrong. This is the cost of constant vigilance. The nervous system forgets what safety feels like because it has spent too long preparing for danger. Many people believe they are just anxious by nature, but what they are really experiencing is a body that never received the signal to stand down. Muscles stay slightly tight, even at rest. Breathing stays shallow. The mind checks and rechecks situations as if double-checking reality will prevent pain. It is not weakness. It is training. The body became a guard dog that never learned it was allowed to sleep. Stoicism offers a different kind of command, not shouted, but repeated until it sinks into the bones. It teaches the body through the mind. When the Stoics spoke about separating events from judgments, they were not only talking about philosophy, they were describing a way to calm the alarm system inside a human being, because the body reacts less to what happens and more to what it believes is happening. If the mind says threat, the body prepares for battle. If the mind says manageable, the body loosens its armor. So the practice begins with noticing how often the mind exaggerates danger, A delayed reply becomes rejection. A mistake becomes disaster. An uncertain future becomes a guaranteed loss. Each of these thoughts sends a message down the spine that something terrible is approaching. Stoicism interrupts this pattern by asking a simple question: what is actually happening right now? Not what might happen, not what happened before, just this moment. Most of the time, the honest answer is quieter than the story, and when the story softens, the body follows. Another hidden cost of vigilance is the habit of carrying problems into moments that were meant for rest. Sitting on a couch while mentally arguing with someone who is not present. Lying in bed while replaying decisions from years ago. Walking through a peaceful evening while bracing for a future that has not arrived. The body cannot relax when the mind keeps reopening battles. Stoicism teaches containment. It reminds you that problems belong to the time in which they can be solved, not to every hour of your life. When nothing can be done in this moment, the wisest move is to set the burden down until action becomes possible again. Safety also returns when you stop treating discomfort as danger. A racing heart, a tight chest, restless thoughts. These sensations often scare people into thinking something is wrong, which creates more fear, which intensifies the sensations. The Stoics practiced observing discomfort without panic. They would say, in simple terms, "This is unpleasant, but not harmful." That sentence alone can calm the body because it removes the layer of fear wrapped around the sensation. The nervous system begins to understand that intensity does not equal catastrophe. Over time, this way of thinking sends a new message inward. You are not alone in here. There is a steady voice guiding the experience, a presence that does not panic when emotions rise, a calm authority that says, "We can handle this," and the body trusts that voice more than any external reassurance. Real safety is not the absence of stress, it is the presence of inner leadership. As vigilance fades, something surprising appears in its place. A quiet kind of alertness that does not drain energy. Awareness without tension, attention without fear. The guard dog is still there, but it is lying down with its head on its paws, watching without trembling. This is what the Stoics aimed for, a mind that stays awake without being alarmed, a body that stays ready without being rigid. And as you rest here, even briefly, the nervous system begins to relearn an old truth it once knew as a child. Not every silence hides danger. Not every pause needs filling. Not every unknown is a threat. Sometimes the safest thing you can do is nothing at all. Sometimes healing begins the moment you stop preparing for pain that is no longer chasing you. As the body slowly relearns that it does not have to guard every second, another hidden pattern starts to reveal itself. The pressure to move fast, decide fast, fix fast, live fast. It is the quiet belief that if you slow down, everything will fall apart. So even when danger is gone, the pace remains. The mind rushes, the body tightens. The day feels like a race with no finish line. This next step is about stepping out of that race and teaching the nervous system that life is not a constant emergency. There is a strange discomfort that appears the moment things become calm. No crisis to solve, no problem demanding attention, no immediate threat. Instead of relief, there is restlessness. The hands reach for the phone. The mind searches for something to worry about. Silence starts to feel heavy. This is what urgency addiction looks like. The body has lived in survival mode for so long that peace feels unnatural, almost unsafe. Movement feels safer than stillness, because movement once meant control. Urgency gives the illusion of importance. When everything feels critical, you feel needed, alert, alive. But it also keeps the nervous system locked in a state of readiness that slowly drains energy. Heart rate stays elevated, sleep becomes shallow. Even moments meant for recovery turn into planning sessions for the next task. Over time, the body forgets how to idle. It only knows how to accelerate. Stoicism interrupts this pattern by questioning the idea that everything requires immediate reaction. The Stoics trained themselves to pause before responding, not because they were passive, but because they understood that clarity lives in the pause. When you stop treating every request, message, or thought as urgent, the body receives a new signal. Not everything is life or death. This small shift begins to lower the constant pressure inside the chest. One of the reasons urgency feels addictive is because it distracts from deeper feelings. When you are always busy, you never have to sit with uncertainty, sadness, or fear. Speed becomes a shield, but the shield also blocks rest. Stoicism encourages facing emotions without running from them or trying to outrun them with activity. When you allow a feeling to exist without immediately solving it, the nervous system learns that emotions pass on their own. They do not need to be chased away. Another hidden driver of urgency is the fear of losing control. If you answer quickly, decide quickly, move quickly, it feels like you are staying ahead of chaos. Slowing down can feel like surrender, but Stoic teaching reframes control as mastery of response, not speed of action. The person who moves deliberately instead of frantically is not losing control. They are reclaiming it. Calm action sends a message to the body that stability is present, that there is time to think, time to breathe, time to choose. The body exits survival mode through repetition, not through one dramatic moment. Small pauses throughout the day accumulate, taking one slow breath before replying, letting a notification wait a few minutes, finishing a meal without multitasking, walking without rushing to the next destination. Each of these moments tells the nervous system that urgency is not required for survival anymore. The body begins to loosen its grip on the accelerator. There is also a quiet grief hidden inside urgency. Many people learned early that slowing down meant being left behind, criticized, or hurt. So they trained themselves to move quickly to stay safe. Recognizing this history with compassion rather than judgment softens the need to keep proving readiness. Stoicism does not demand that you erase your past. It asks you to stop letting the past dictate every present decision. As urgency fades, time starts to feel different. Moments stretch instead of blur. You notice details that rushing once erased. The weight of your breath, the steadiness of your steps, the simple fact that nothing terrible is happening right now. This awareness is not laziness. It is recalibration. The nervous system is adjusting to a world where not everything requires defense. Eventually, a new rhythm forms, not slow in a dull way, but steady in a grounded way. Decisions become clearer because they are not made under pressure. Conversations feel less tense because you are not racing to the next thought. Even challenges become easier to face because energy is no longer wasted on constant readiness. And in that steadiness, the body begins to trust life again, not because life becomes predictable, but because you become capable of meeting it without panic. The old urge to rush fades into a quiet confidence that says there is enough time to respond wisely. Survival mode loosens its grip, replaced by something stronger than urgency, presence. As presence begins to replace urgency, another layer of tension starts to surface. The echoes of moments that never fully settled. Not loud memories, not dramatic events, but reactions that were swallowed halfway. Words you didn't say, tears you held back, anger you buried because there was no safe place to release it. The body remembers these unfinished reactions even when the mind tries to move on. This next step is about closing those open loops so the nervous system no longer carries yesterday's alarms into today. There is a particular heaviness that comes from emotions that were interrupted, a confrontation where you had to stay calm even though your heart was pounding, a goodbye that ended too quickly, a loss you had no time to process because life demanded you keep functioning. In those moments, the body prepared to act, to cry, to shout, to run, to protect. But the action never completed. The energy stayed trapped inside, like a door that was pushed open but never allowed to swing all the way through. Many people think time automatically heals these things, but the nervous system does not measure time the way the calendar does. It measures completion. If the reaction was never expressed or processed, the body keeps the file open, waiting for closure. This is why small triggers can bring back strong sensations long after the event itself has passed. The system is not overreacting. It is trying to finish what it started. Stoicism approaches this with quiet courage. Instead of avoiding the memory or drowning it in distractions, it invites you to look at it without judgment. Not to relive the pain, but to acknowledge that it happened and that your response was human. When you allow yourself to feel what was postponed, the body begins to release the stored tension. The Stoics believed that emotions become destructive only when we resist them or let them control our actions. When observed calmly, they move through and lose their grip. Completing the stress cycle does not mean dramatic expression. It often happens in small, private ways. Naming what you felt. Letting your breath deepen as you sit with the memory instead of pushing it away. Allowing the body to relax its armor around the heart. Sometimes it is as simple as admitting, "That hurt me, and I survived." That sentence alone can close a loop that has been draining energy for years. Another part of this process is recognizing the reactions you wished you had, the boundaries you did not set, the defense you did not offer yourself. Regret can keep the cycle open because the mind keeps replaying the scene, searching for a better ending. Stoicism reframes this by focusing on what was within your control at the time. You acted with the knowledge, strength, and safety you had then. Blaming your past self only prolongs the tension. Understanding your past self releases it. The body also needs signals that the threat is over. Slow breathing, gentle movement, stillness without pressure. These are ways of telling the nervous system that it can stop preparing. When you sit quietly and allow your muscles to soften, you are not doing nothing. You are giving the body permission to stand down from battles that already ended. Over time, the stored energy dissipates, replaced by a calm that feels earned rather than forced. Forgiveness plays a role here too, but not in the way people often think. It is less about excusing others and more about freeing yourself from carrying the reaction forever. Holding on to anger keeps the body rehearsing the original conflict. Letting go does not erase what happened. It closes the chapter so your system can rest. The Stoics practiced acceptance not because they approved of harm, but because they refused to keep suffering from it long after it was over. As unfinished reactions resolve, something subtle shifts. The background tension lowers, your responses become less intense, because they are no longer fueled by accumulated stress from the past. Situations that once triggered sharp reactions now pass with minimal disturbance. This is not numbness, it is balance. The nervous system no longer needs to amplify signals to get your attention because it trusts that you will listen without panic. Eventually, the body learns that not every memory requires activation. Some can simply exist as information rather than alarms. The past stops intruding on the present with the same force. And in that quiet space, you may notice a new feeling emerging. Not excitement, not relief, but steadiness. The kind that comes when nothing inside you is waiting for closure anymore. Healing, in this sense, is not about erasing what you lived through. It is about finishing the reactions that were paused so life can move forward without dragging old weight behind it. When the cycle completes, the nervous system no longer lives in unfinished business. It returns to the only place where true rest is possible. Here, now, unburdened by what never got the chance to end. As the weight of unfinished reactions begins to lift, a different kind of tension becomes easier to notice. Anxiety that doesn't seem to belong to any clear event in your life. A restless feeling that appears in crowded rooms, in tense conversations, in environments where everyone seems on edge. It lingers even when nothing personal has happened to you. This next step is about recognizing how much of what you carry was never yours to begin with, and how to quietly give it back. Human beings are deeply sensitive to emotional atmospheres. Long before words are spoken, the body reads signals, tone of voice, facial tension, silence that feels heavy. The nervous system absorbs these cues automatically, trying to predict danger before it arrives. This ability once helped people survive in uncertain environments, but in modern life, it often turns into silent overload. You walk into someone else's stress and walk out carrying it in your chest as if it were your own. Borrowed anxiety often feels confusing because there is no story attached to it. Your thoughts search for reasons, scanning your life for problems that could explain the discomfort. The mind invents worries to match the sensation, not realizing the sensation came from outside. Stoicism teaches a powerful distinction here. Not every feeling is evidence of personal danger. Sometimes it is simply exposure to another person's fear, anger, or urgency. One of the first steps in returning borrowed emotions is learning to pause before identifying with them. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," the Stoic approach shifts to "anxiety is present." This small change creates space between you and the sensation. It reminds the mind that feelings pass through like weather. They are not permanent residents. When the body senses that you are not fusing with the emotion, the intensity often decreases on its own. Another source of borrowed anxiety comes from constant exposure to information designed to alarm. News headlines, urgent messages, social media arguments. Each one signals that something is wrong somewhere. The nervous system cannot distinguish between distant danger and immediate threat when it is repeatedly activated. Stoicism encourages selective attention, not as avoidance, but as protection. You do not need to monitor every storm to stay safe. Focusing on what directly affects your life allows the body to step out of unnecessary alertness. Relationships can also become channels for borrowed fear. Being close to someone who is chronically worried or reactive trains your body to mirror their state. Over time, their tension becomes your baseline. The Stoics emphasized maintaining an inner boundary, the understanding that you can care about others without absorbing their turmoil. Compassion does not require self-abandonment. You can listen, support, and remain steady instead of being pulled into the same spiral. Returning emotions that were never yours is not an act of rejection, it is an act of clarity. You silently acknowledge, this belongs to them, not to me. This situation is tense, but I am not in danger. My role is to remain grounded. That grounded presence often has a calming effect on others as well, because steadiness is contagious in the same way anxiety is. The body also needs physical reminders that it is safe to release what it has absorbed. Slow exhalations, relaxed posture, loosening the jaw and shoulders. These signals communicate to the nervous system that it no longer needs to hold borrowed tension. Movement helps too. A quiet walk, stretching, even shaking out the hands can discharge energy that entered without permission. There is freedom in realizing that you do not have to solve every discomfort you feel. Some sensations are simply echoes passing through. When you stop claiming them as personal problems, the mind becomes quieter, the chest opens, breathing deepens without effort. You start to recognize the difference between real danger, which requires action, and emotional noise, which requires detachment. Over time, this clarity strengthens trust in your own perception. You become less reactive to external chaos because you are no longer confusing exposure with threat. Situations that once overwhelmed you become manageable because you carry only what is truly yours. This does not make you distant or cold, it makes you stable. And in that stability, the nervous system finds relief. It no longer has to process a crowd of emotions that never belonged inside you. It learns that safety includes the right to release what was never yours to carry. When borrowed anxiety is returned to its source, what remains is a quiet space where your own feelings can exist without interference, clear, honest, and finally light enough to rest. As your inner space becomes quieter and less crowded with emotions that were never yours, another source of deep fatigue starts to show itself. The pressure of feeling responsible for everything and everyone, not just your actions, but other people's moods, outcomes, mistakes, expectations, even their healing. This next step is about recognizing how heavy that invisible load has been, and finally setting down what you were never meant to carry. There is a kind of tiredness that comes from doing more than your share for too long, always anticipating needs before they are spoken, fixing problems before they grow, smoothing conflicts before they explode. Being the reliable one, the strong one, the one who doesn't fall apart because someone has to keep things together. At first it feels like strength. Over time it becomes depletion. The nervous system stays tense because it believes rest would mean something important gets neglected. Hyper-responsibility often begins early, especially in environments where stability was fragile. You learn to monitor everything so nothing goes wrong. You become the planner, the peacemaker, the emotional support system. Even when life becomes safer, the habit remains. The body keeps scanning for tasks, for issues, for people who might need you. It feels wrong to relax when someone somewhere might be struggling. Stoicism brings a quiet but firm correction to this pattern. It teaches that responsibility has boundaries. You are accountable for your choices, your effort, your character, not for the entire outcome of events, and certainly not for the inner world of other people. Trying to control what is outside your influence is not noble, it is exhausting. The Stoics believed peace comes from focusing energy where it can actually make a difference and releasing the rest. Letting go of misplaced responsibility can feel uncomfortable at first. The mind may whisper that you are being selfish, careless, or cold. But there is a difference between abandoning others and allowing them to carry their own lives. When you step back, you are not removing support. You are restoring balance. People grow when they are trusted to handle their own challenges, and you recover energy that was never meant to be spent in the first place. Another layer of this exhaustion comes from trying to manage how others see you. Keeping everyone satisfied, avoiding disappointment, maintaining a certain image of reliability. This constant performance keeps the nervous system alert because approval feels tied to safety. Stoicism dissolves this pressure by reminding you that reputation is partly outside your control. You can act with integrity, but you cannot dictate how it will be interpreted. Once you accept that, the need to manage every perception fades. The body begins to relax when it realizes that not everything depends on you. Shoulders drop, breathing deepens, sleep comes easier because the mind is no longer running through endless checklists. You start to experience moments where nothing needs fixing, and instead of panic, there is relief. The world continues without your constant supervision. Boundaries play an essential role in this release. Not harsh walls, but clear lines that protect your energy. Saying no without long explanations. Allowing delays instead of rushing to solve every issue immediately. Recognizing that your time and attention are limited resources, not endless supplies. Each boundary sends a message to the nervous system that survival does not require overextension. Compassion for yourself is also part of this process. Acknowledging that you took on too much because you cared, because you wanted to prevent pain, because you believed it was necessary. There is no need for blame. The goal is not to erase your willingness to help, but to pair it with wisdom about when help is appropriate and when stepping back is healthier for everyone involved. As hyper-responsibility loosens its grip, space opens up inside you. Space for creativity, for genuine connection, for rest that is not interrupted by guilt. You begin to rediscover parts of yourself that were buried under obligations. Interests return. Laughter feels easier. Even silence becomes comfortable because it is no longer filled with unspoken duties. The nervous system thrives in this lighter state. Without the constant signal that everything depends on you, it shifts from vigilance to restoration. Energy that was spent on monitoring and managing becomes available for healing. You move through the day with steadiness instead of strain. And perhaps the most surprising change is this. You start to trust life again. Not because problems disappear, but because you no longer feel alone in carrying them. You are part of the world, not its sole support beam. When you release what was never your burden, what remains is strength without exhaustion, the kind that allows you to care deeply while still having the freedom to breathe. As the weight of unnecessary responsibility begins to fall away, something unexpected happens inside the body. A quiet opening, like a window finally unlatched after years of stale air. The tension does not vanish all at once, but it loosens enough for you to notice how tightly you were holding on. This next step is about the moment when resistance softens and the nervous system shifts from bracing to breathing. There is a deep calm that arrives not when problems disappear, but when the fight against reality stops. For many people, tension comes from arguing with what already exists, replaying how things should have gone, wishing people were different, hoping the past could be rewritten or the future guaranteed. The body stays in a state of strain because it is trying to push against something immovable. Acceptance does not mean approval or defeat. It means recognizing where effort is useless and redirecting energy where it can actually help. The Stoics understood acceptance as a form of intelligent cooperation with life. When you stop demanding that the world match your preferences, the nervous system receives an immediate signal that the battle is over. Muscles soften because there is nothing left to resist. Breathing deepens because the chest is no longer armored. The mind quiets because it no longer has to rehearse arguments it can never win. This is why surrender can calm the body faster than any technique. It removes the source of strain instead of trying to manage the symptoms. Much of human stress comes from the illusion that tension can control outcomes. Holding on tightly feels like preparation, like vigilance, like strength. But the body interprets that tension as ongoing danger. Stoicism replaces this illusion with a steadier truth. You can influence your actions, not the entire chain of events. When you release the need to control what is uncontrollable, the nervous system shifts into a restorative mode. It recognizes that survival no longer depends on constant effort. Surrender also dissolves the fear of uncertainty. Instead of demanding guarantees, you allow the future to unfold without rehearsing every possible scenario. This does not make you passive. It makes you adaptable. The body relaxes because it senses flexibility rather than rigidity. A flexible system can respond to change without shattering. A rigid system must stay tense to avoid breaking. There is a quiet strength in saying, "This is what is happening, and I will meet it as it comes." That sentence alone can slow a racing heart. It replaces panic with readiness, which are not the same. Panic drains energy before action is even required. Readiness conserves energy until action becomes useful. Stoic acceptance trains you to wait for the moment when effort matters instead of exhausting yourself prematurely. The parasympathetic shift, the body's natural relaxation response, often arrives the moment you stop telling yourself that everything must be fixed immediately. Rest becomes possible because you are no longer guarding against an imaginary collapse. Even pain becomes more bearable when resistance fades. Without the added layer of "this should not be happening," the sensation loses some of its intensity. Acceptance also restores trust in your own resilience. When you stop clinging to control, you rediscover your ability to adapt. The mind stops seeing life as a fragile structure that must be held together at all costs. Instead, it begins to see life as a current you can navigate, not dominate. The body responds to this trust by releasing the emergency signals that kept it tense for so long. Over time, surrender becomes less of a decision and more of a reflex. When something unexpected happens, you pause instead of resisting. When plans change, you adjust instead of spiraling. When emotions rise, you allow them to pass instead of trying to suppress them. Each of these responses strengthens the pathway to calm, making it easier for the nervous system to return to balance. What remains is not passivity, but grounded presence. You still act, still care, still pursue what matters. The difference is that your actions come from steadiness instead of desperation. Energy is no longer wasted on fighting reality. It is used to shape what can actually be shaped. And in that grounded state, the body finally experiences what it has been searching for all along: safety without conditions. Safety that does not depend on perfect outcomes or predictable people. Safety that comes from knowing you can face whatever arrives without collapsing. This is the quiet power of Stoic acceptance. Not dramatic, not loud, but deeply calming, like a hand placed gently on a racing heart until it remembers its natural rhythm. And once the body learns that it no longer has to fight reality, another fragile place inside begins to reveal itself. The part worn down not by sudden shocks, but by slow erosion. Not one devastating event, but many small letdowns that quietly drained hope. This next step is about the exhaustion that follows repeated disappointment, and how stability can be rebuilt from the inside when faith in outcomes has grown thin. There is a heaviness that comes from expecting things to finally work out and watching them fall apart again. Plans that almost succeeded. Relationships that almost felt safe. Efforts that almost paid off. After enough of these moments, the nervous system stops reacting with urgency and starts responding with something more subdued, a kind of internal shutdown. Energy drops, motivation fades. Even good news feels muted because the body no longer trusts it will last. This collapse is often mistaken for laziness or apathy, but it is actually protection. When hope repeatedly leads to pain, the system reduces emotional investment to avoid further injury. Excitement becomes dangerous. Anticipation feels risky. It seems safer not to care too much, not to expect too much, not to reach too far. The body trades enthusiasm for numb stability because numbness hurts less than repeated disappointment. Stoicism addresses this wound by shifting the foundation of stability away from outcomes and toward character. The Stoics believed that external results are unpredictable, but your inner conduct is always available. When you anchor your sense of worth to how you act rather than what you receive, disappointment loses some of its power. You can experience setbacks without feeling like your entire foundation has cracked. Rebuilding stability begins with small, consistent actions that restore trust in yourself. Keeping simple promises you make to yourself. Following through on tasks that are within your control. Creating routines that do not depend on motivation or external validation. Each completed action becomes evidence that reliability still exists somewhere inside you. The nervous system responds to consistency by lowering its guard because consistency signals safety. Another important part of recovery is allowing yourself to feel grief for what did not happen. Chronic disappointment often carries unacknowledged sadness, plans that never came to life, futures that quietly dissolved. Acknowledging that loss without rushing to replace it helps the body process the emotional residue instead of burying it. Stoicism does not deny grief. It teaches you to experience it without letting it define your future. Hope also needs to be rebuilt carefully, not through grand expectations, but through realistic possibilities. Instead of waiting for life to transform overnight, you begin to look for small signs of progress, a calm conversation, a productive hour, a moment of genuine laughter. These modest successes retrain the brain to recognize that positive experiences can exist without being immediately followed by collapse. Internal stability grows when you stop measuring life by dramatic highs and lows. The Stoics valued steadiness over excitement because steadiness can endure. A calm day is not a boring day. It is a day where the nervous system can repair itself. When you learn to appreciate neutrality, you reduce the pressure for constant improvement and allow recovery to happen naturally. Trust in others may take longer to rebuild, but trust in your own resilience can return sooner. Recognizing that you survived past disappointments, even when they hurt deeply, creates a new form of confidence. Not the confidence that everything will work out, but the confidence that you can endure whatever does not. This kind of trust is quieter, but far more stable. Over time, the shutdown begins to reverse. Energy returns gradually, like warmth coming back to cold hands. Curiosity reappears. Interest in the future flickers again. The body starts to believe that engagement is safe, because stability no longer depends on perfect outcomes. You participate in life not because success is guaranteed, but because your inner ground is solid enough to handle uncertainty. And in that rebuilt stability, disappointment loses its ability to collapse your system. It becomes information instead of devastation. Plans can change without shattering you. People can fail you without defining your worth. Life can remain unpredictable while you remain steady. What emerges is a form of resilience that does not rely on optimism or denial. It is rooted in acceptance of reality and trust in your own capacity to respond. The nervous system settles into a rhythm that no longer swings between hope and shutdown. Instead, it rests in a quiet confidence that whatever comes next, you will meet it standing, not broken, grounded in a stability that now comes from within. As stability begins to return, and the ground beneath you feels less fragile, the mind sometimes reacts in a different way, not by shutting down, but by speeding up. Thoughts multiply, replay, analyze, question, predict. It can feel like your brain is trying to solve every possible problem before it appears, as if thinking hard enough might prevent pain. This next step is about understanding why the mind does this, and how to quiet it without fighting it. Emotional overthinking is not simply a habit of worrying too much. It is a signal that the nervous system still senses danger somewhere. When the body does not feel fully safe, the brain tries to compensate by scanning for answers. It replays conversations to find hidden meanings, reviews decisions to prevent mistakes, imagines scenarios to prepare for outcomes. This constant mental movement creates the illusion of control, but it also keeps the system in a state of alertness that never allows true rest. The exhausting part is that overthinking rarely leads to resolution. It circles the same questions without landing anywhere solid. You might notice how the same memory returns with new interpretations, or how a simple situation becomes layered with possibilities until it feels overwhelming. The brain is not trying to torture you, it is trying to protect you with the only tool it knows: analysis. But protection through endless thinking becomes its own form of strain. Stoicism offers a quiet alternative: detachment from the content of thoughts. Not suppression, not denial, but stepping back enough to see that thoughts are events, not commands. When you stop treating every thought as something that requires action, the mind begins to slow down. The Stoics practiced observing their mental activity the way one might watch clouds moving across the sky, noticing without chasing. A useful shift happens when you stop asking, "What does this thought mean?" and start asking, "Is this thought useful right now?" Many thoughts feel urgent simply because they are loud, not because they are important. When you decline to engage with them, they lose momentum. The brain gradually learns that not every signal requires a response, just as the body learns that not every sensation indicates danger. Detachment also involves recognizing that uncertainty cannot be solved by thinking alone. Some questions do not have answers yet. Some outcomes are unknowable until they arrive. The Stoics accepted uncertainty as part of existence rather than something to eliminate. When you allow uncertainty to exist without forcing closure, the pressure to mentally rehearse every possibility begins to fade. The body responds to this mental shift with relief. Breathing deepens because the mind is no longer racing ahead of the present moment. Muscles soften because there is no imagined scenario demanding preparation. Sleep improves because the brain is not working overtime while the body is trying to recover. Calm returns not because you solved everything, but because you stopped trying to. Another important part of quieting the brain is returning attention to what is tangible: the feeling of your feet on the floor, the rhythm of your breath, the sounds around you. These anchors pull the mind out of abstract worries and back into the physical present, where most threats are absent. Stoicism emphasized living in accordance with reality, and reality is always experienced through the senses, not through endless speculation. Over time, you may notice that thoughts still arise, but they no longer hook you in the same way. A worry appears and passes. A memory surfaces and fades. The mind becomes more like a flowing stream than a stormy sea. This does not mean you stop caring or thinking deeply when necessary. It means you choose when to engage rather than being dragged along by every mental current. Detachment creates space between you and your thoughts, and in that space, peace grows. You start to see that your awareness is larger than the noise passing through it. The nervous system settles because it no longer interprets thinking as preparation for danger. Instead, thinking becomes a tool used when needed and set aside when it is not. And in that quiet, something gentle emerges: clarity without strain. The kind of clarity that does not come from forcing answers, but from allowing the mind to rest long enough for understanding to surface on its own. Emotional overthinking loses its urgency when the brain realizes it is no longer responsible for guarding against every possible pain. What remains is a calmer presence inside your own head, a feeling that your mind is a place you can inhabit rather than escape. The threat signal fades, replaced by a steady awareness that you are safe enough to stop scanning, safe enough to stop solving, safe enough to simply be here without the need to figure everything out. As the mind learns to loosen its grip on endless analysis, a deeper tension often rises from beneath the surface, not tied to any specific thought, but to the simple fact that the future cannot be controlled. A quiet unease that lingers even on calm days, as if something unresolved is waiting just out of sight. This next step is about the fear of uncertainty itself, and how the body holds that fear long after the mind grows tired of thinking about it. Uncertainty is difficult not because something bad is happening, but because something could happen. The nervous system struggles with open endings. It prefers a known problem to an unknown possibility, because at least a known problem can be prepared for. When the future feels unpredictable, the body stays alert, scanning for clues that might reduce the unknown. Muscles tighten without a clear reason. Breathing becomes shallow. Sleep grows restless. It is not panic, but it is not peace either. It is waiting without knowing what for. Many people carry this tension for years without realizing it has a name. It shows up as discomfort during transitions, anxiety before decisions, unease when plans are not settled. The body reacts as if uncertainty itself were a threat, even when nothing harmful is present. This reaction often begins early in life, especially when unpredictability once meant instability or loss. The system learned to brace because the ground did not always feel steady. Stoicism approaches uncertainty not as something to eliminate, but as something to coexist with. The Stoics understood that control over the future is limited, no matter how carefully one plans. Instead of resisting this reality, they practiced accepting it as a basic condition of life. When you stop demanding guarantees, the nervous system receives permission to rest from constant anticipation. Making peace with the unknown begins by recognizing that uncertainty does not equal danger. It is simply space where outcomes have not formed yet. The mind tends to fill that space with worst-case scenarios because fear feels like preparation. But preparation without action only feeds tension. Stoicism redirects attention to what can be done now, however small, and then allows the rest to unfold without rehearsal. The body also needs reassurance through experience, not just ideas. When you allow uncertain situations to exist without rushing to resolve them, a delayed answer, an open-ended plan, a question without immediate clarity, and nothing catastrophic happens, the nervous system updates its expectations. It learns that uncertainty can be survived without constant vigilance. This learning is slow but powerful. Another part of this piece comes from strengthening trust in your own adaptability. The fear of the unknown often hides a deeper fear of not being able to handle what comes. When you remind yourself of past moments you endured, even when you had no idea how they would unfold, confidence quietly rebuilds. Not the confidence that everything will go well, but the confidence that you can respond when it does not. There is also freedom in admitting that not everything needs to be decided today. The pressure to resolve every unknown creates artificial urgency. Stoicism encourages patience with unfolding processes, understanding that clarity often arrives in stages. Allowing life to reveal itself gradually reduces the strain of trying to force certainty where it does not exist. As acceptance deepens, the body begins to soften its defensive posture. Shoulders drop, the stomach loosens. The constant readiness fades into a calmer attentiveness. You become more present because your energy is no longer consumed by predicting distant possibilities. The future remains uncertain, but it no longer dominates the present moment. Over time, uncertainty transforms from a source of fear into a space of potential. Without rigid expectations, you become more open to outcomes you could not have planned. Flexibility replaces tension. Curiosity replaces dread. The unknown stops feeling like a void and starts feeling like a horizon. And in that shift, the nervous system finds a new kind of stability, not based on knowing what will happen, but on trusting that you can meet whatever does. Peace does not come from securing the future. It comes from releasing the need to secure it. When the body understands this, it stops bracing for impact and starts resting in possibility. What remains is a quiet readiness, grounded but not rigid, alert but not afraid. The unknown is still there, as it always will be, but it no longer feels like an enemy. It becomes part of the landscape of life, something to walk through rather than something to fight against. And as you move forward without that constant tension, you may notice a gentle sense of relief, as if the body finally realizes it does not have to hold the future together on its own. As the body begins to accept uncertainty without tightening against it, another pattern often becomes visible: the reflex to predict disaster before anything has actually happened. Not because you want to be negative, but because expecting the worst once felt like protection. If you brace early, maybe the fall won't hurt as much. If you assume disappointment, maybe you won't be blindsided. This next step is about unlearning that reflex and teaching the nervous system that safety does not come from rehearsing pain. Catastrophic anticipation is a survival habit that overstayed its usefulness. At some point, preparing for the worst helped you cope with unpredictable outcomes. It created a sense of readiness, even if it drained your energy. Over time, the brain turned that strategy into a default setting. Good news triggers suspicion. Silence feels ominous. Neutral situations become filled with imagined consequences. The body reacts before evidence appears, flooding with tension as if danger were already confirmed. This constant expectation of loss, rejection, or failure exhausts the nervous system because it never receives permission to relax. Even positive experiences are overshadowed by the thought that they will soon disappear. The mind stays one step ahead of the present, scanning for cracks in moments that are still whole. Stoicism addresses this by returning attention to reality as it is, not as fear predicts it will become. The Stoics practiced examining thoughts before believing them. When the mind says something will go wrong, they would ask, is there proof, or is this habit speaking? Most catastrophic predictions collapse under calm inspection because they are built on possibility rather than evidence. Recognizing this does not eliminate uncertainty, but it removes the automatic assumption that uncertainty equals disaster. Retraining the brain requires new experiences of safety that contradict the old script, allowing yourself to hope without immediately qualifying it with doubt, letting a good moment exist without mentally preparing for its end, noticing when the worst did not happen, and letting that information register instead of dismissing it. Each time reality proves less threatening than anticipated, the nervous system adjusts its expectations slightly. Another key step is tolerating vulnerability. Expecting the worst often functions as emotional armor. If you assume pain is coming, you never fully open yourself to joy, connection, or possibility. Stoicism reframes vulnerability as courage rather than risk. You engage with life fully, knowing outcomes are uncertain because meaning comes from participation, not from perfect safety. The body learns this courage through repetition. When you enter situations without rehearsing disaster and survive them intact, tension loosens. When you notice that discomfort passes without escalation, confidence grows. Gradually, the reflex to brace weakens, replaced by a quieter readiness to respond rather than preemptively defend. It also helps to separate preparedness from pessimism. Stoicism values preparation grounded in reason, making plans, considering challenges, but rejects emotional rehearsal of suffering. You prepare what you can, then release the rest. This balanced approach keeps you capable without keeping you afraid. The nervous system understands the difference between thoughtful planning and constant alarm. Over time, the brain begins to recognize that expecting the worst did not actually prevent pain, it only prolonged it. Real protection comes from resilience, not from anticipation. You can handle disappointment if it arrives, but you no longer sacrifice peace in advance. This realization restores energy that was once consumed by imagined crises. As catastrophic anticipation fades, moments feel lighter. You notice the absence of the usual mental warning signals. A quiet sense of neutrality replaces the constant background tension. It becomes easier to enjoy what is present because your attention is no longer hijacked by hypothetical futures. Eventually, a new habit forms. Not blind optimism, but balanced perception. You acknowledge that negative outcomes are possible, but so are neutral and positive ones. The future becomes a range of possibilities rather than a guaranteed collapse. The body responds by settling into a calmer baseline, conserving energy for real challenges instead of imaginary ones. What remains is a steadiness that does not depend on predicting the future. You move forward without rehearsing catastrophe, trusting that whatever comes will be met with the strength you are already rebuilding. The nervous system, no longer forced to prepare for endless disasters, finally learns how to rest in the present without scanning for the next blow. As the reflex to expect disaster begins to loosen, a deeper and more personal tension can surface. Not fear of events, but fear of people. A quiet hesitation in the chest when someone gets too close. A guarded pause before believing kind words, not because you want to be distant, but because the body remembers what it felt like when trust was broken. This next step is about healing that memory without forcing yourself to become blind to risk again. Betrayal leaves an imprint that logic alone cannot erase. The mind may understand that not everyone will hurt you, but the body reacts before reason has time to speak. It tightens during vulnerable conversations, stays alert for subtle signs of dishonesty, and withdraws when something feels even slightly off. This reaction is not weakness. It is the nervous system trying to prevent a repeat of a past injury. Once trust has been violated, safety no longer feels automatic. Many people respond to this by building emotional walls so high that nothing painful can enter. But those walls also block connection, warmth, and the possibility of being understood. Stoicism offers a different path. Not naive openness, but clear-eyed trust. The Stoics believed that people will act according to their character, and that your peace comes from choosing your responses wisely, not from controlling others' behavior. Restoring trust begins with trusting your own perception again. Betrayal often shakes confidence in your judgment, making you question how you missed the warning signs. Rebuilding that confidence means recognizing that deception is sometimes invisible until it reveals itself. The fault was not your openness, it was the other person's actions. When you stop blaming yourself for someone else's dishonesty, the body releases some of the shame it has been carrying. Healthy trust grows slowly, through consistent experience rather than sudden leaps. Paying attention to patterns instead of promises, allowing people to show who they are over time. This measured approach reassures the nervous system because it replaces blind faith with observation. You remain open to connection while staying grounded in reality. Stoicism also teaches acceptance of human imperfection. People can disappoint without intending harm. They can fail to meet expectations because of their own limitations, not because of malice. Recognizing this complexity reduces the intensity of fear because it broadens your understanding of behavior. Not every misstep is a threat. Some are simply evidence that others are as flawed as you are. Boundaries become essential here. Trust does not require unlimited access. You can share parts of yourself gradually, testing safety as you go. Saying no when something feels wrong, protecting your time and emotional energy. Boundaries signal to the nervous system that connection no longer means vulnerability without protection. They create a structure where trust can grow without exposing you to the same level of risk. Another step in healing is allowing grief for the relationship or belief that was lost. Betrayal often shatters more than trust in a person. It can break trust in the world itself. Acknowledging that loss without rushing to replace it helps the body process the shock. Stoicism encourages facing reality fully, even when it hurts, because clarity is the foundation of recovery. As trust slowly returns, you may notice moments where your body relaxes in someone's presence without conscious effort. a conversation that feels easy, silence that does not feel threatening, laughter that comes naturally instead of cautiously. These moments are signs that the nervous system is updating its expectations, learning that connection can exist without harm. Importantly, restoring trust does not mean forgetting what happened. Wisdom comes from remembering without reliving. You carry the lesson without carrying the wound. The past becomes information rather than a constant alarm. This balance allows you to engage with others from a place of strength rather than fear. Over time, the guarded posture softens into a calm attentiveness. You remain aware but not tense, open but not exposed. The body no longer treats closeness as danger because it trusts your ability to step back if necessary. This confidence creates space for genuine relationships that are built on mutual respect instead of constant vigilance. What emerges is trust without naivety, a quiet belief that connection is possible while accepting that risk is part of being human. The nervous system settles because it no longer has to choose between isolation and vulnerability. It learns a third option, connection with awareness, and in that balanced state, the memory of betrayal loses its power to dictate the future. It becomes a chapter that shaped you without defining you. You move forward with clearer eyes, steadier boundaries, and a heart that can open again without forgetting how to protect itself. As trust begins to rebuild and connection no longer feels automatically dangerous, another quiet tension often reveals itself, the longing to be fully understood. Not just heard, not just acknowledged, but deeply recognized without having to explain every detail. When that recognition does not come, the body reacts with a familiar ache, a sense of being unseen or alone, even in the presence of others. This next step is about releasing the need for constant validation and finding steadiness that does not depend on someone else finally getting you. The desire to be understood is natural. Humans are wired for connection, and feeling seen reassures the nervous system that it belongs. But when this need becomes urgent, it turns into a source of strain. Conversations become performances aimed at clarity. Disagreements feel like rejection. Silence from others feels like erasure. The body tightens because acceptance seems conditional on how well you can explain yourself. Often this pattern forms in environments where expression was ignored, dismissed, or misunderstood repeatedly. You learn to work harder for recognition, to refine your words, to anticipate objections, to defend your perspective before it is even challenged. Over time, the nervous system associates safety with approval. If people understand you, you can relax. If they do not, tension returns. Stoicism gently dismantles this dependence by shifting the source of validation inward. The Stoics believed that peace comes from living in alignment with your own values, not from managing how others perceive you. When you know why you act the way you do, external misunderstanding loses some of its sting. You no longer need every person to confirm your reality for it to feel legitimate. Letting go of the need to be understood does not mean becoming indifferent to connection. It means recognizing that complete understanding is rare and often unnecessary. People see the world through their own experiences, limitations, and fears. Expecting them to grasp every nuance of your inner life places a burden on both sides. Accepting partial understanding allows relationships to exist without constant pressure. Another part of this release is allowing yourself to stop over-explaining. The urge to clarify every detail often comes from fear of being misjudged, but excessive explanation can drain energy and reinforce the belief that your perspective is not valid on its own. Sometimes a simple statement of your truth is enough, even if others interpret it differently. The nervous system relaxes when it realizes it no longer has to argue for legitimacy. Silence becomes less threatening when you trust your own intentions. You can share when it feels meaningful and remain quiet when it does not. You do not need to fill every gap with justification. This quiet confidence signals to the body that belonging does not require constant proof. Stoicism also teaches acceptance of misunderstanding as an inevitable part of human interaction. Even wise people are misread. Even clear communication can be filtered through another person's biases. When you stop seeing misunderstanding as a personal failure, it loses its power to destabilize you. It becomes an inconvenience rather than a wound. As the need for validation softens, a new kind of freedom emerges. Conversations feel lighter because they are no longer auditions for approval. You listen more fully because you are not busy preparing your defense. Disagreements become exchanges of perspective rather than threats to your identity. The body responds with calm because connection no longer feels like a test you must pass. Self-understanding becomes the anchor. Taking time to reflect on your own motives, values, and emotions creates an internal clarity that does not depend on external confirmation. When you understand yourself, the absence of recognition from others feels less destabilizing. You carry your own sense of coherence wherever you go. Over time, relationships improve in unexpected ways. Without the pressure to be perfectly understood, interactions become more genuine. People feel less defensive because they are not being asked to validate your entire experience. Mutual curiosity replaces the demand for agreement. Connection grows from authenticity rather than performance. The nervous system settles into a quieter baseline because it no longer monitors every interaction for signs of acceptance or rejection. You can move through social spaces without the constant background tension of wondering how you are being perceived. Your energy returns to you instead of being spent on managing impressions. What remains is a grounded sense of belonging that comes from within. You are still open to being known, still appreciative when someone truly sees you, but your peace does not depend on it. You can stand in your truth even when it is not echoed back. This steadiness allows you to connect without losing yourself. And in that calm independence, the body finally stops pleading for validation as if it were oxygen. It learns that safety can exist without constant reassurance, that your existence does not require unanimous approval. The need to be understood loosens its grip, replaced by a quiet confidence that you understand yourself, and that is enough to rest. As the need for constant validation begins to loosen, another hidden strain often comes into focus: the effort of always appearing strong. Not just resilient in difficult moments, but strong all the time. The one who doesn't break, doesn't complain, doesn't slow down. Over the years, this role can become so familiar that you forget it was ever a role at all. This next step is about stepping out of that performance and rediscovering the kind of rest that does not feel like failure. Performing strength is different from being strong. Real strength adapts. Performed strength endures without pause. It keeps a steady face even when the body is tired, keeps saying yes when energy is gone, keeps holding others together while quietly coming apart inside. The nervous system stays in a state of controlled tension because vulnerability feels dangerous. If you stop, everything might collapse. If you show weakness, you might lose respect, stability, or connection. This pattern often begins in situations where being dependable was necessary. Perhaps there was no room for fragility, no one else to carry the weight, no time to process your own needs. Strength became survival. But survival habits can linger long after they are needed. The body keeps bracing long after the environment has changed, because it learned that relaxation once carried risk. Stoicism honors resilience, but also recognizes the limits of endurance. The Stoics did not praise constant strain. They valued balance. They believed that caring for your inner state was part of your responsibility, not an indulgence. A mind that never rests loses clarity. A body that never relaxes loses stability. Allowing yourself to step back is not weakness. It is maintenance of the very strength you depend on. Guilt often appears the moment you try to rest. A voice insists that you should be doing more, helping more, proving more. This guilt is not evidence that rest is wrong. It is evidence that your identity has been tied to productivity and reliability. Letting go of that identity takes time because it feels like losing a part of yourself. Stoicism reframes rest as preparation, not abandonment. You pause so that your actions can remain steady rather than desperate. Allowing rest begins with small permissions. Sitting without reaching for another task. Saying no without over-explaining. Letting others handle their own responsibilities without stepping in automatically. Each of these choices signals to the nervous system that constant vigilance is no longer required. The body learns that nothing catastrophic happens when you stop performing. Another layer of healing comes from acknowledging the cost of always being the strong one. Fatigue, resentment, emotional distance. These are not signs of failure, but signs of imbalance. Recognizing them without self-criticism creates space for change. You begin to treat your energy as something finite and valuable, not an endless resource to be spent on everyone else. Stoicism also emphasizes self-compassion grounded in realism. You are human, not an unbreakable structure. Limits are not defects. They are part of your design. Accepting this truth reduces the pressure to maintain an image that no one can sustain forever. The nervous system relaxes when it senses that you are no longer demanding perfection from yourself. As rest becomes more natural, you may notice how different it feels from collapse. It is not the exhaustion that forces you to stop. It is a conscious pause that restores clarity. After genuine rest, decisions feel easier, emotions feel steadier, reactions feel less intense. Strength returns, but it is quieter, less strained, more sustainable. Relationships often shift too. When you stop performing in vulnerability, others may feel permission to be honest about their own struggles. Connection deepens because it is no longer built on one-sided support. You become a participant in life, not just its caretaker. Over time, the body releases the armor it has been carrying. Shoulders lower, jaw unclenches, breathing deepens without effort. Sleep becomes more restorative because the mind is no longer rehearsing responsibilities through the night. The nervous system transitions from survival to recovery, recognizing that safety includes the freedom to rest. What emerges is a strength that does not need to be displayed constantly. It shows up when required and steps back when it is not. You no longer measure your worth by how much you can endure without breaking. Instead, you measure it by how well you care for the life that depends on you, your own included. And in that balanced state, rest loses its association with guilt. It becomes something quieter, almost sacred, a return to yourself after years of outward focus. The performance ends, not because you stopped being strong, but because you realized true strength includes the courage to set the weight down and breathe. As the performance of constant strength begins to fade and true rest becomes possible, the mind often reveals just how loud it has been beneath the surface. Thoughts that were once drowned out by activity rise into awareness. Old worries resurface. Unfinished questions float back up. It can feel like chaos has been waiting patiently for silence to arrive. This next step is about discovering a different kind of quiet. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of stillness that steadies the mind instead of fighting it. Mental chaos thrives on motion. The more the mind runs, the more it creates reasons to keep running. One thought sparks another, then another, until clarity feels out of reach. Many people respond by trying to force calm, pushing thoughts away, or distracting themselves with noise. But suppression often increases tension, because the mind interprets resistance as a sign that something is wrong. Stoic stillness takes a gentler approach. It does not demand silence. It creates space where noise loses urgency. The Stoics practiced moments of deliberate pause throughout their day. Not dramatic meditation, not withdrawal from life, but simple stillness. Sitting without rushing to the next task. Walking without filling the silence with input, allowing the mind to settle on its own. These pauses were not escapes from responsibility. They were resets that restored perspective. When the mind is given time to breathe, it stops treating every thought as an emergency. Stillness works as medicine because it interrupts the cycle of reaction. Instead of answering every mental impulse immediately, you watch it pass. A worry arises, peaks, and fades without action. A memory appears and dissolves without analysis. This observation teaches the nervous system that thoughts are temporary events, not permanent states. Over time, the intensity of mental storms decreases because they are no longer fed by constant engagement. Another healing aspect of stillness is its effect on perception. When you slow down, details become clearer. Problems that felt overwhelming shrink to manageable size. Decisions that seemed urgent reveal their true timeline. The mind regains its ability to distinguish between what matters now and what can wait. Stoicism emphasizes this clarity because wise action depends on accurate perception, not on speed. The body responds to mental stillness with physical relaxation. Heart rate lowers. Muscles release their unconscious tension. Breathing deepens naturally instead of being forced. These changes send feedback to the brain that safety is present, creating a loop that reinforces calm. Stillness is not passive. It actively communicates stability to every system in the body. It can feel uncomfortable at first because chaos often masks deeper emotions. Without constant mental activity, you may notice sadness, fear, or uncertainty that had been hidden. Stoicism encourages acknowledging these feelings without dramatizing them. You allow them to exist, recognizing that they are part of being human, not signs of failure. Acceptance reduces their intensity and prevents them from turning into new cycles of overthinking. Stillness also restores your relationship with time. When everything feels rushed, life blurs into a sequence of tasks. Pausing reveals that there is space between moments, space where reflection and awareness can grow. You begin to experience life as something unfolding rather than something chasing you. This shift reduces the sense of being overwhelmed because you are no longer racing against the clock. Over time, Stillness becomes a refuge you can enter even in busy environments. A brief pause before responding, a slow breath during a tense conversation, a moment of awareness while walking between obligations. These small acts accumulate, creating a stable core that remains calm regardless of external noise. The most profound change is internal. You start to trust that clarity will return if you give it time. You no longer feel compelled to solve everything immediately. Problems can exist without dominating your attention. The mind becomes less reactive, more observant, capable of choosing where to focus rather than being dragged everywhere at once. What emerges is a quiet strength rooted in presence, not the absence of thought, but the ability to remain steady while thoughts come and go. Mental chaos loses its authority because you are no longer entangled in it. You stand beside it, watching, breathing, grounded. And in that grounded stillness, the nervous system finally experiences deep repair. The constant hum of tension fades. The mind stops bracing for the next surge of noise. You discover that peace is not something you chase. It is something that appears when you stop running. Stoic stillness becomes the medicine that restores balance, allowing you to move through life with clarity instead of chaos. As stillness begins to steady the mind and the noise inside loses its urgency, another subtle tension often becomes noticeable. The quiet expectation that something will soon disrupt the calm. Even peaceful moments can feel fragile, as if they are only the pause before the next problem arrives. This next step is about that uneasy waiting, and how to free the body from living in anticipation of trouble that has not appeared. Anticipatory stress is a form of vigilance that looks like patience on the outside, but feels like tension on the inside. You go through the day, completing tasks, holding conversations, even laughing, yet a part of you remains braced, scanning for signs that the peace will break. It is the feeling of holding your breath without realizing it, as if relaxation would leave you unprepared when the next difficulty comes. This pattern often forms after periods where calm was repeatedly followed by disruption. The nervous system learns to distrust quiet moments, associating them with the build-up before something painful. Instead of resting when nothing is wrong, it prepares for the possibility that something soon will be. The body stays slightly tense because it believes readiness prevents shock. Stoicism gently challenges this belief. The Stoics understood that suffering, imagined in advance, drains energy needed for real challenges. Preparing emotionally for every possible setback does not strengthen resilience. It weakens it by exhausting resources before they are required. True readiness comes from conserving energy, not from spending it on hypothetical threats. Releasing anticipatory stress begins with allowing peaceful moments to exist without attaching conditions to them. Not telling yourself, "This won't last," or "something will ruin this soon." Simply acknowledging that right now, nothing is wrong. This statement, repeated honestly, reassures the nervous system that it can loosen its guard. The present moment becomes a place of rest instead of a waiting room for pain. Another important step is recognizing that vigilance does not prevent events from happening. It only prevents you from experiencing relief when they are not happening. Accepting that the future will unfold, regardless of how tightly you brace, allows the body to release unnecessary tension. Stoicism encourages focusing on preparedness of character rather than constant anticipation of circumstances. Breathing plays a quiet role here as well. When you consciously slow your exhale, You send a signal to the body that it is safe to come down from alertness. Over time, the nervous system learns that relaxation does not invite danger. It restores strength. Calm becomes a resource instead of a risk. Trust also needs rebuilding. Trust that you can handle challenges when they arise without rehearsing them beforehand. Remembering past moments where you adapted, even without preparation, helps weaken the belief that constant readiness is required. You survived not because you predicted every difficulty, but because you responded when it arrived. As anticipatory stress fades, peaceful moments begin to feel fuller. You can enjoy a quiet evening without scanning for interruption. Conversations become more present because you are not listening for signs of conflict. Even routine tasks feel lighter because they are not overshadowed by the expectation of future strain. This shift does not make you careless or unaware. You remain attentive to reality, but you no longer live inside imagined scenarios. Awareness replaces anxiety. You respond to what is actually happening instead of to what might happen someday. Over time, the body relearns a forgotten rhythm. Tension when necessary, relaxation when possible. This natural cycle replaces the constant low-level alertness that once felt unavoidable. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer standing guard through the night. Energy returns because it is no longer spent on endless preparation. What emerges is a quiet confidence in the present. You move through calm moments without fearing their end. You allow joy, rest, and neutrality to exist without suspicion. Life becomes something to experience rather than something to brace against. And in that release, the nervous system finds genuine recovery. The waiting ends, replaced by a grounded awareness that you will meet challenges when they come, not before. The peace you feel is no longer fragile because it is no longer tied to predictions. It rests on the simple truth that this moment, right now, is safe enough to breathe in fully without holding anything back. As the mind begins to trust calm moments without waiting for them to shatter, another hidden reflex becomes easier to notice. The subtle tightening that happens before anything has even occurred. A quiet contraction in the chest before a difficult conversation. A stiffening of the shoulders when the phone rings late. A pause in the breath when someone says your name in a serious tone. This next step is about that instinctive preparation for pain, and how to teach the body that it no longer needs to armor itself against every possibility. Emotional bracing is so automatic that many people don't realize they are doing it. The body prepares as if impact were inevitable, even when nothing has actually happened yet. It is like flinching before a sound that never comes. Over time, this constant readiness drains energy because muscles remain partially contracted, breathing stays shallow, and the mind stays alert for signs that the anticipated discomfort has arrived. This habit usually forms in environments where pain came suddenly or unpredictably. The body learned that staying loose meant being caught off guard, so it chose tension as protection. Bracing became a form of control. If you tighten first, maybe the blow will hurt less. But this strategy also prevents genuine relaxation, because the system never receives proof that openness can be safe. Stoicism offers a way to dismantle this reflex by shifting attention to what is actually happening in the present. Instead of reacting to imagined outcomes, you ground yourself in the immediate reality. If nothing painful is occurring right now, the body can begin to release its defensive posture. This does not make you vulnerable. It makes your responses accurate rather than anticipatory. Learning to stop bracing starts with awareness of physical signals. Noticing when your jaw tightens, when your stomach clenches, when your shoulders rise without reason. Bringing gentle attention to these sensations often softens them on its own, because the body interprets awareness as reassurance. You are telling your system that you are paying attention, that it does not need to overcompensate. Another step is allowing yourself to experience small moments of vulnerability without rushing to protect against them. Listening to feedback without immediately defending. Entering a conversation without rehearsing responses. Waiting for the actual words instead of preparing for imagined ones. Each time the anticipated pain does not materialize, the nervous system updates its expectations and loosens its reflex to brace. Stoicism also emphasizes accepting that discomfort, when it comes, is temporary and manageable. This understanding reduces the perceived need for constant preparation. You do not have to live in armor to survive difficult moments. You only need clarity and composure when they occur. The body relaxes when it trusts that pain, if it arrives, will not overwhelm you completely. Breathing becomes an anchor in this process. A slow, steady breath counters the instinct to hold air as a form of readiness. With each relaxed exhale, you signal to the nervous system that no immediate threat is present. Over time, breathing patterns shift from guarded to open, supporting a calmer baseline throughout the day. As the habit of bracing fades, interactions feel less charged. You approach situations with curiosity instead of dread. Surprises become easier to handle because you are not already depleted from preparing for them. Even when discomfort does occur, it feels contained rather than catastrophic because your energy has been preserved. The body begins to rediscover a natural flexibility, the ability to tense when needed and release when it is not. This flexibility is true resilience. Instead of staying rigid to avoid pain, you remain responsive, able to adapt without breaking. Stoicism values this adaptability because it reflects harmony with reality rather than resistance to it. Over time, you may notice that your posture changes. Movements become smoother, the face relaxes. People may sense the difference, even if they cannot name it. You carry yourself as someone who is ready for life, not someone who is preparing for harm. This subtle shift affects how others respond to you, often bringing more ease into your interactions. What emerges is a sense of openness that does not feel dangerous. You can experience moments fully without flinching in advance. You can listen without preparing a defense, rest without scanning for interruption, exist without holding tension as insurance. And in that openness, the nervous system finds a deeper form of safety. It learns that protection does not require constant contraction, that peace is not a trap, that the future does not need to be rehearsed through fear. The habit of bracing dissolves, replaced by a calm readiness grounded in the present. A quiet confidence that whatever comes will be met when it arrives, not before. As the body learns to stop bracing against imagined pain, another sensitive place often comes into view. The fear of being pushed away, dismissed, or excluded. Not physical danger, but social danger. The kind that strikes at belonging and identity. This next step is about the deep imprint rejection leaves on the nervous system, and how to rebuild a sense of safety that no longer depends on constant approval. Human beings are wired to seek connection because in earlier times, isolation meant real risk. Being cast out from the group could threaten survival itself. That ancient alarm system still lives inside the body, which is why rejection can feel physically painful. The chest tightens, the stomach drops, the mind races to understand what went wrong. Even small signs of disapproval can trigger a wave of anxiety that feels disproportionate but is rooted in this old survival instinct. Repeated experiences of exclusion or criticism teach the nervous system to stay alert for social threat. You begin to monitor conversations for shifts in tone, analyze expressions for hidden judgment, replay interactions, searching for mistakes. The goal is to prevent future rejection, but the cost is constant tension. Social situations stop feeling like opportunities for connection and start feeling like tests you might fail at any moment. Stoicism offers a powerful reframing of this fear. The Stoics believed that other people's opinions, while influential, are ultimately outside your control. When your sense of worth depends entirely on how others respond to you, stability becomes impossible because those responses will always vary. Emotional untouchability, in the Stoic sense, does not mean indifference to people. It means grounding your value in your own character rather than in external approval. Becoming emotionally untouchable begins with recognizing that rejection does not define your worth. It reflects a mismatch of expectations, perspectives, or needs, not a verdict on your humanity. When you stop interpreting every dismissal as a personal failure, the nervous system relaxes because the stakes of interaction lower. Connection becomes something to explore, not something to secure at all costs. Another step is reducing the habit of over-personalizing behavior. Someone's distance may come from their own struggles rather than from anything you did. A harsh comment may reflect their stress rather than your inadequacy. Stoicism encourages interpreting events in the least damaging way that is still truthful, not as a form of denial, but as protection against unnecessary suffering. Building inner stability also involves strengthening your relationship with solitude. When you are comfortable being alone, social acceptance becomes a gift rather than a necessity. Time spent in quiet reflection, creative pursuits, or simple presence with yourself reinforces the idea that your existence is meaningful even without constant interaction. The body learns that isolation is not abandonment, and the fear of rejection loosens its grip. Boundaries play a role here as well. Choosing where to invest your energy prevents repeated exposure to environments that amplify insecurity. You do not need to remain in spaces that consistently undermine your sense of safety. Stoicism emphasizes aligning your life with what supports your growth, not enduring harm for the sake of appearance. Over time, interactions begin to feel less threatening because you are no longer carrying the burden of needing everyone to accept you. You can express yourself honestly without rehearsing every word for approval. Disagreement becomes an exchange rather than a danger. Silence from others becomes neutral rather than ominous. The nervous system shifts from hypervigilance to calm attentiveness. You notice cues without becoming consumed by them. You respond thoughtfully instead of defensively. Social energy becomes lighter because it is no longer fueled by fear. What emerges is a quiet resilience. You remain open to connection, but you are not shattered by its absence. You care about people, but you do not surrender your stability to their judgments. Emotional untouchability in this sense is not detachment from humanity. It is freedom from dependency on constant validation. And in that freedom, the body finally experiences relief from the pressure to perform for belonging. It learns that you can stand comfortably in your own presence, whether others are near or not. Rejection loses its ability to wound deeply because your sense of self no longer lives in other people's hands. What remains is a steady confidence that connection will come and go, but your inner ground stays intact, calm, secure, and quietly unshaken. As the fear of rejection begins to loosen and your sense of worth no longer swings with every shift in approval, another quiet liberation starts to unfold. Freedom from the constant pressure of opinion. Not just rejection, but the endless awareness of being watched, judged, evaluated. This next step is about releasing that invisible audience and discovering how calm the body becomes when you stop living under imagined scrutiny. Many people move through life as if a panel of observers is always present, silently grading every decision. What to say, how to act, how to appear, how to avoid embarrassment. Even alone, the mind rehearses explanations and defenses as if preparing for a trial that never happens. The nervous system stays tense because it believes mistakes will be punished with humiliation or loss of respect. This constant self-monitoring drains energy in ways that are difficult to notice until it begins to fade. The Stoics saw public opinion as one of the least reliable forces to guide a life. It shifts with trends, moods, and misunderstandings. Basing your peace on something so unstable guarantees inner turmoil. Radical indifference, in their sense, was not cruelty or arrogance. It was the recognition that your character matters more than your reputation. When you act according to your values, external commentary loses its authority over your inner state. Radical indifference begins with questioning how much attention you give to judgments that do not actually affect your life. A stranger's opinion, a passing remark, a misinterpretation from someone who doesn't know you. These are often treated as significant threats when they are little more than noise. When you reduce their importance, the body receives a powerful message. Safety does not depend on universal approval. Another layer of freedom comes from accepting that being misunderstood is unavoidable. Even the most careful explanation cannot guarantee accurate perception. Once you accept this, the need to manage impressions fades. You can speak honestly, act authentically, and let others form their views without trying to control the outcome. This honesty reduces tension because you are no longer splitting your energy between living and performing. Stoicism also encourages focusing on what you can respect about yourself rather than on how you are seen. When your actions align with your principles, self-respect replaces the need for constant external reassurance. The nervous system relaxes because identity is no longer under negotiation. You know who you are, regardless of whether others agree. Silence becomes less uncomfortable as well. Without the urge to defend every misunderstanding or correct every false assumption, you conserve emotional energy. You respond when it matters and let the rest pass. This restraint is not weakness, it is discipline. It prevents unnecessary conflicts and preserves calm. Over time, interactions feel lighter because you are not carrying the weight of imagined evaluation. You laugh more freely, speak more directly, move more naturally. Mistakes become manageable instead of catastrophic because they are no longer tied to your sense of worth. The body shifts from guardedness to ease. Radical indifference also reduces comparison. When you stop measuring yourself against others' expectations, envy and insecurity lose their fuel. You can appreciate others' successes without interpreting them as judgments on your own path. Contentment grows from focusing on your progress rather than on your standing in someone else's eyes. This does not make you disconnected from society. You still care about relationships, responsibilities, and impact. The difference is that your actions come from intention rather than fear of perception. You choose kindness because it reflects your values, not because it earns approval. You set boundaries because they protect your well-being, not because they will be praised. As this mindset deepens, the nervous system settles into a new baseline of calm. Social situations no longer feel like arenas. Feedback becomes information instead of a verdict. You remain open to learning while remaining anchored in self-trust. What emerges is a quiet autonomy, the ability to live without constant reference to an audience. You become present in your own life instead of watching yourself from the outside. Decisions feel clearer because they are guided by internal clarity rather than external pressure. And in that autonomy, the body experiences a profound relief. The tension of constant self-consciousness dissolves. You breathe more fully, move more freely, exist more comfortably. Radical indifference to opinion becomes a form of protection, shielding your peace from forces that were never meant to control it. What remains is a steady sense of being enough as you are, without adjustment for approval. The world continues to speak, but its voice no longer drowns out your own. And in that quiet, the nervous system finally rests, no longer tasked with defending you against judgments that cannot truly touch who you have become. As the grip of other people's opinions loosens and you no longer feel watched at every step, another deeper fear often surfaces. The fear of losing control itself. Not control over how you are seen, but control over how life unfolds. The uneasy feeling that if you stop managing everything, something will fall apart. This next step is about releasing that constant tightening and discovering the unexpected safety that appears when you stop forcing the river to obey you. The need for control often grows from uncertainty that once felt dangerous. When life becomes unpredictable, the mind searches for ways to stabilize it. Plans become rigid. Outcomes must be secured. Every possibility is analyzed in advance. On the surface, this looks like responsibility, but underneath it is anxiety trying to prevent pain by eliminating surprise. The nervous system stays tense because it believes relaxation equals vulnerability. But life does not move in straight lines. It shifts, interrupts, redirects. When control becomes the only strategy for safety, every unexpected change feels like a threat. Even small deviations from the plan can trigger stress because they challenge the illusion of certainty. The body responds as if danger is present, tightening muscles, speeding thoughts, narrowing attention to problem-solving mode. Stoicism offers a different foundation for safety. The Stoics separated what can be guided from what cannot be forced. They believed peace comes from directing effort toward your own actions while allowing outcomes to unfold. This approach does not abandon responsibility. It refines it. You act with intention, then release the need to dictate results. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer carries the impossible task of controlling everything. Letting life move begins with recognizing how much energy control consumes. Constant monitoring, planning, correcting. These processes keep the mind busy but rarely produce true security. When you pause and allow events to develop without interference, you may notice that many situations resolve on their own. The world continues turning even when you stop pushing it. Trust plays a crucial role here. Not blind trust that nothing will go wrong, but grounded trust that you can adapt when it does. Remembering times when you handled unexpected challenges reminds the body that flexibility is often more effective than rigid control. Adaptation becomes your safety net instead of prediction. Another part of release involves tolerating the discomfort of not knowing. Uncertainty feels unsettling at first because it removes the illusion of preparedness. But when you sit with that feeling without rushing to solve it, the nervous system learns that ambiguity is survivable. Over time, the space between events stops feeling like danger and starts feeling like possibility. Breathing again becomes an ally. Control often shortens breath, keeping it high and shallow as if preparing for action. Allowing slow, full breaths signals to the body that immediate intervention is not required. This simple shift can soften the urgency that fuels the need to manage everything. As you practice letting life move, decisions become less pressured. You choose actions based on clarity rather than fear of consequences. Mistakes feel less catastrophic because they are seen as part of the flow rather than as proof of failure. The mind becomes more creative because it is not locked into defensive planning. Relationships also change. When you stop trying to control outcomes, interactions become more authentic. You listen without steering the conversation toward a desired result. You allow others to reveal themselves instead of predicting their responses. This openness often deepens connection because it replaces tension with presence. Gradually, the body relearns a forgotten rhythm: engagement followed by release. You act when action is needed, then return to calm instead of remaining in readiness. This rhythm mirrors the natural patterns of life itself, which moves in cycles rather than in constant escalation. What emerges is a quiet confidence in your ability to navigate whatever arises. You no longer cling to the illusion that safety comes from controlling circumstances. Instead, you find safety in your capacity to respond with steadiness. The unknown stops feeling like an enemy and starts feeling like an open path. And in that openness, the nervous system settles into a deeper peace. The tight grip loosens, replaced by a gentle hold that can adjust without breaking. You discover that letting life move does not mean drifting without direction. It means trusting that you can walk alongside change without being swept away by it. The fear of losing control fades, not because life becomes predictable, but because you no longer need it to be. Safety shifts from external order to internal stability. What remains is a calm readiness, a sense that whatever comes will be met with clarity rather than resistance. And that is where true freedom begins. As the fear of losing control softens and you begin to trust your ability to move with life instead of against it, one final layer of tension often reveals itself. The quiet pressure of needing things to turn out a certain way, not just guiding your actions, but clinging to results as proof that everything is okay. This next step is about releasing that grip on outcomes and discovering how deeply the body relaxes when success and failure no longer define your safety. Attachment to outcomes keeps the nervous system in a constant state of evaluation. Every effort becomes a test. Every decision carries the weight of what it might produce. Even after you have done your part, the mind keeps checking, measuring, predicting. It waits for confirmation that things are going according to plan. Until that confirmation arrives, rest feels premature, almost irresponsible. This pressure can turn ordinary situations into prolonged stress. Waiting for a message, a decision, a result, the body stays alert, as if the outcome will determine survival. Sleep becomes shallow. Thoughts circle endlessly. The present moment feels like a hallway you must stand in until the door ahead opens. Life shrinks to anticipation. Stoicism offers profound relief by separating effort from result. The Stoics believed your responsibility ends with your actions, not with what follows. Once you have acted with clarity and integrity, the outcome belongs to forces beyond your control. Holding yourself accountable for those forces only multiplies suffering. When you truly absorb this idea, the body begins to release tension it has carried for years. Detachment from outcomes does not mean apathy or lack of ambition. You still care, still plan, still work toward meaningful goals. The difference is that your peace no longer depends on whether those goals unfold exactly as imagined. You invest fully in the process, then allow reality to respond as it will. This shift removes the constant background stress of needing life to cooperate with your expectations. Another healing effect of detachment is the restoration of presence. When you are not preoccupied with what will happen, you can engage fully with what is happening. Conversations become richer because you are not rushing toward conclusions. Tasks feel more satisfying because you are not using them only as stepping stones to something else. The nervous system settles because it is no longer stretched between now and later. Letting go of outcomes also reduces fear of failure. If results do not define your worth, setbacks become information rather than verdicts. You can adjust without self-attack. The body remains steady because mistakes are no longer interpreted as threats to identity. Growth becomes possible because energy is not wasted on panic. Physiologically, this release has immediate effects. Muscles soften because they are no longer bracing for judgment. Breathing deepens because the future is not being monitored constantly. Digestion improves, sleep stabilizes, concentration returns. The body recognizes that it is no longer responsible for controlling events beyond its reach. Trust grows from repeated experiences of letting go. You begin to see that life continues even when outcomes differ from expectations. Sometimes results are better than imagined, sometimes worse, often simply different. In every case, you adapt. This adaptability becomes the new foundation of safety. Relationships benefit as well. When you stop attaching your happiness to how others behave or respond, interactions become less strained. You can care without controlling, support without demanding, love without fear of loss defining you. Connection becomes a shared experience rather than a contract for stability. Over time, a quiet freedom emerges. You act because it aligns with your values, not because it guarantees a certain reward. You make decisions based on clarity instead of fear. The present moment becomes livable because it is no longer overshadowed by expectations. What remains is a deep physiological relief that feels almost like coming home after a long journey. The constant monitoring ends. The body no longer scans the horizon for signs that your efforts have been validated. You breathe, move, and rest with a sense of completion that does not depend on external confirmation. And in that completion, the nervous system finally understands that peace was never meant to be postponed until everything worked out. It was meant to accompany you regardless of how life unfolds. Detachment from outcomes becomes not a loss of control, but a recovery of energy. Energy that returns to you the moment you stop chasing certainty and allow yourself to simply be here, steady and unburdened, while the future takes care of itself. As the grip on outcomes loosens and your peace no longer depends on how things turn out, Another subtle drain on the nervous system often becomes visible, the habit of measuring your life against everyone else's. Not always loudly, not always consciously, but quietly, constantly. Who is ahead? Who is behind? Who is doing better? Who seems happier? This next step is about stepping out of that invisible race and rediscovering the calm that comes from returning to your own lane. Constant comparison keeps the mind externally focused. Instead of asking, "What do I need right now?" it asks, "How am I doing compared to them?" The body responds with tension because comparison rarely produces satisfaction. There is always someone achieving more, moving faster, appearing more confident. Even victories can feel incomplete when they are evaluated against someone else's progress. The nervous system never receives the signal to rest because the finish line keeps moving. This habit often forms in environments where worth was measured through performance or status. Approval came when you excelled, not when you simply existed. Over time, the brain learned to scan for benchmarks everywhere, in careers, relationships, appearance, possessions. The goal was to secure belonging by staying competitive. But belonging built on comparison is fragile because it depends on constant proof. Stoicism gently redirects attention inward. The Stoics believed that the only meaningful standard is your own character and effort. Comparing yourself to others distracts from the work of becoming stable within. When you focus on your actions, your values, your growth, the noise of external ranking begins to fade. Peace returns because your sense of progress becomes personal rather than competitive. Returning to inner sufficiency starts with noticing how comparison feels in the body. A tightening in the chest, a drop in energy, a sense of urgency to improve something immediately. These sensations are signals that you have left your own experience and entered someone else's narrative. Bringing attention back to your breath, your surroundings, your present activity reorients the nervous system toward reality instead of projection. Another step is redefining success in terms that belong to you. What matters deeply to you may not be what matters to others, and that difference is not a flaw. When you clarify your own priorities, the achievements of others become neutral information rather than threats. You can appreciate their path without feeling pulled away from yours. Gratitude also plays a quiet role in healing comparison. Recognizing what is already present in your life counters the mind's habit of scanning for what is missing. This does not deny ambition or growth. It balances them with contentment. The nervous system relaxes because it receives evidence that survival and well-being are not dependent on surpassing anyone else. Limiting exposure to environments that amplify comparison can also restore calm. Spaces that constantly highlight curated success or idealized images distort perception, making ordinary life feel inadequate. Choosing inputs that reflect authenticity rather than competition supports a more grounded sense of self. As inner sufficiency grows, interactions change. You listen without turning others' stories into judgments about your own. You celebrate their progress without feeling diminished. You share your experiences without exaggeration or apology. Relationships become cooperative rather than competitive. Energy begins to return because it is no longer spent on monitoring status. Creativity increases because you are guided by curiosity instead of pressure. Decisions become clearer because they reflect your needs rather than trends. The body settles into a steady rhythm because it is not constantly preparing to prove itself. What emerges is a quiet confidence that does not rely on superiority. You no longer need to win an invisible contest to feel secure. Your life regains depth because it is experienced directly instead of through the lens of comparison. Moments become meaningful on their own terms, and in that grounded state, the nervous system finds genuine repair. The tension of competition dissolves, replaced by a sense of enoughness that feels both unfamiliar and deeply natural. You realize that peace was never meant to be earned by outrunning others. It was waiting in the space where you stopped running altogether. Returning to inner sufficiency is not withdrawal from the world. It is re-entry into it with clarity. You stand on your own ground, steady and unhurried, knowing that your path does not need validation through comparison. What remains is a calm, self-sustaining stability, the quiet assurance that your worth does not fluctuate with anyone else's story, and that is where true rest begins. As the urge to compare fades and your attention returns to your own path, another quiet pressure often comes into focus. The compulsion to fix everything that feels wrong, incomplete, or uncomfortable. Not just problems in your life, but in other people's lives, in situations beyond your reach, even in emotions that simply need time. This next step is about releasing the exhausting mission to repair the world, and learning the deeper peace that comes from allowing imperfection to exist without panic. The drive to fix everything usually begins as care. You want things to be better, safer, smoother. You step in quickly, offer solutions, anticipate needs before they are spoken. At first, this feels like strength and responsibility, but over time, the nervous system absorbs the message that rest is only allowed when everything is resolved. Since life is never fully resolved, tension becomes constant. The mind keeps scanning for the next issue that requires intervention. This habit can also grow from environments where chaos was unpredictable. Fixing things became a way to create stability, a way to prevent small problems from turning into larger ones. The body learned that vigilance equals safety. But when that vigilance never turns off, exhaustion follows. You carry burdens that were never meant to belong to you, believing that letting go would be careless or selfish. Stoicism offers a gentler perspective. The Stoics believed that not all problems are yours to solve. Some belong to time, some to other people, some to forces beyond human control. Wisdom lies in recognizing where your influence ends. When you stop trying to manage what cannot be managed, the nervous system receives permission to stand down from an unwinnable battle. Learning to sit with imperfection begins with tolerating discomfort without rushing to erase it. A messy situation can exist without immediate correction. A difficult emotion can be felt without forcing it to disappear. Silence can remain silent without being filled. This practice teaches the body that unease is not danger, that stability does not depend on constant intervention. Another step is redefining what it means to care. Care does not always require action. Sometimes it means presence, patience, or simply allowing someone else to navigate their own path. Trusting others with their responsibilities reduces the pressure to carry everything alone. It also respects their autonomy, acknowledging that growth often comes from facing challenges directly. Stoicism encourages focusing on what you can control: your intentions, your responses, your effort. When you act within this boundary, you contribute without becoming consumed. You offer help where it is welcome and step back where it is not. This balance prevents burnout and preserves your capacity to act when it truly matters. As you practice letting imperfection exist, you may notice an unexpected quietness. The mind no longer races to solve every issue. The body releases tension stored from constant readiness. Breathing becomes steadier because the sense of urgency fades. You begin to experience moments as they are, not as problems waiting to be corrected. Relationships often improve as well. When you stop trying to fix people, they feel less pressured and more understood. Conversations become spaces of listening rather than repair. Connection deepens because it is no longer conditional on improvement. You allow others to be human, and in doing so, you allow the same for yourself. Over time, a new form of strength emerges, the ability to remain calm in the presence of unfinished things. You trust that not everything needs immediate resolution. Some situations will evolve on their own. Some emotions will soften with time. Some questions will remain open, and that openness will not harm you. The nervous system gradually shifts from constant problem-solving mode to a more sustainable rhythm. Energy returns because it is no longer spent on battles that cannot be won. Creativity and clarity increase because the mind has space to breathe. Rest becomes possible even when life is imperfect, which is most of the time. What remains is a grounded acceptance that peace does not require perfection. You can exist in a world that is incomplete without feeling responsible for completing it. You can contribute without controlling, care without carrying everything. And in that acceptance, the body finds a deeper form of safety. The endless task of fixing dissolves, replaced by a quiet readiness to respond only when truly needed. Imperfection stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like the natural texture of life itself. You stand within that texture calmly, no longer chasing flawless outcomes, no longer exhausted by endless repair. What emerges is a steady ease, the relief of knowing that the world does not need you to hold it together at all times, and that your peace can exist even when things remain unfinished. As the pressure to fix everything begins to ease and you allow imperfection to exist without rushing in to repair it, another deeply ingrained pattern often reveals itself. The reflex to keep everyone else comfortable, even at the cost of your own well-being. Not because you want to disappear, but because harmony once felt safer than honesty. This next step is about releasing the exhausting habit of people-pleasing and restoring the body's sense that it is allowed to exist without constant accommodation. Chronic people-pleasing is not simply kindness, it is vigilance shaped by fear. The fear of conflict, of disapproval, of losing connection if you express what you truly need. The nervous system stays alert, scanning faces for subtle changes in mood, adjusting behavior to prevent tension before it appears. You become skilled at reading others, but disconnected from yourself. The body tightens because authenticity feels risky. This pattern often begins in environments where approval was conditional. Perhaps peace depended on keeping others satisfied, or affection was withdrawn when you asserted yourself. The body learned that safety comes from compliance. Saying yes reduced tension, even if it created quiet resentment later. Over time, the mind stops asking what you want and starts asking what will keep everyone calm. Stoicism gently interrupts this cycle by shifting the source of worth inward. The Stoics believed that integrity matters more than approval. Acting against your own values to maintain harmony creates inner conflict, which the nervous system experiences as stress. True stability comes from alignment, when your actions reflect your principles rather than your fear of reaction. Healing begins with noticing the physical cost of constant accommodation. The fatigue after social interactions, the tightness in the chest when you agree to something you don't want. The restlessness that follows, suppressed emotions. These signals are not signs of weakness. They are evidence that your system is overloaded from carrying more than it should. Learning to pause before responding is a powerful step. Instead of answering immediately, you allow yourself space to consider your true capacity. This pause disrupts the automatic pattern of saying yes. It tells the body that your needs matter enough to be consulted. Over time, this small shift restores a sense of agency that people-pleasing erodes. Boundaries become acts of care rather than acts of rejection. Saying no does not mean you are unkind. It means you are honest about your limits. Stoicism frames boundaries as clarity, not cruelty. When you communicate them calmly, without apology or aggression, you teach the nervous system that authenticity does not destroy connection. It often strengthens it. Another part of healing is tolerating the discomfort that follows new behavior. Others may react with surprise or resistance because they were accustomed to your compliance. The urge to retreat back into old patterns can feel strong, but staying steady through that discomfort allows the body to update its understanding of safety. You learn that disapproval is survivable, that relationships can adjust. As people-pleasing loosens, you may rediscover preferences that were buried for years. What you enjoy, what you value, what you need to feel at ease. Reconnecting with these signals rebuilds trust in yourself. Decisions become clearer because they are guided by inner awareness rather than external pressure. Energy begins to return as well. Without the constant effort of managing others' emotions, the body relaxes. Conversations feel less draining because you are no longer performing. You listen with genuine interest instead of strategic caution. Connection becomes mutual rather than one-sided. Stoicism also emphasizes compassion for yourself during this transition. You learned people-pleasing as a survival strategy, not as a flaw. Recognizing this reduces self-criticism and supports gradual change. The goal is not to become indifferent to others, but to include yourself in the circle of care. Over time, a new balance forms. You can be generous without self-erasure, supportive without self-sacrifice, kind without self-betrayal. Relationships become healthier because they are based on honesty rather than obligation. The nervous system settles into a steadier rhythm because it no longer has to anticipate every possible reaction. What emerges is a quiet confidence in your right to exist as you are. You no longer need to earn acceptance by disappearing. Your presence becomes grounded, your voice more natural, your body more relaxed. And in that grounded state, healing deepens. The tension of constant appeasement dissolves, replaced by a calm sense of enoughness. You realize that connection built on authenticity feels safer than connection maintained through compliance. Chronic people-pleasing fades into a memory of how you once survived. What remains is a restored relationship with yourself, steady, honest, and quietly strong. The body finally understands that safety does not come from pleasing everyone, but from living in alignment with who you truly are. As the habit of people-pleasing begins to loosen and you no longer measure your worth by how comfortable you keep everyone else, another weight often becomes visible, the silent pressure of expectations that were never human to begin with. Expectations to always be composed, always productive, always strong, always improving. This next step is about setting those impossible standards down and remembering that your nervous system was designed for a human life, not a flawless performance. Unrealistic expectations create a constant sense of falling behind, even when you are doing enough. The mind moves the goalpost just as you reach it. Rest feels undeserved because there is always more you could have done. The body remains tense because completion never arrives. You live in a loop of effort without arrival, striving without relief. These expectations often come from early messages about worth. Praise tied to achievement, approval tied to compliance, admiration tied to endurance. You learned that being valued required exceeding normal limits. Over time, the extraordinary became the baseline. Anything less felt like failure, even when it was simply human. Stoicism offers a grounding perspective by reminding you of what is actually within your control, your effort, your intentions, your choices in the moment. Outcomes, perfection, and constant excellence are not guarantees. When you focus on doing what you can with clarity rather than on meeting an ideal image, the pressure begins to soften. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer has to sustain an impossible standard. Restoring human limits starts with acknowledging fatigue as information, not weakness. Tiredness is the body's way of asking for recovery, not a sign that you are inadequate. Honoring that signal rebuilds trust between mind and body. Each time you stop before collapse, you reinforce the idea that care is allowed. Another step is redefining productivity. Instead of measuring value by how much you accomplish, you begin to include how you sustain yourself. Balance becomes part of success. Time spent resting, reflecting, or simply existing is recognized as necessary, not wasteful. This shift reduces the urgency that keeps the nervous system in constant motion. Allowing mistakes without harsh self-judgment is also essential. Perfectionism keeps the body on edge because any error feels catastrophic. Stoicism encourages viewing mistakes as opportunities to refine judgment rather than as evidence of failure. When you treat yourself with fairness instead of severity, the internal pressure decreases. Comparisons to idealized versions of others often reinforce unrealistic expectations. You see only their visible achievements, not the effort, support, or luck behind them. Releasing these comparisons returns attention to your own reality. Your path becomes something to walk, not something to justify. Boundaries help protect restored limits. Saying no to demands that exceed your capacity preserves energy for what truly matters. This is not selfishness, it is sustainability. A depleted person cannot contribute meaningfully, no matter how strong their intentions. As limits are respected, the body begins to recalibrate. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is no longer rehearsing unfinished tasks. Muscles release chronic tension because they are not bracing for endless effort. Breathing slows as urgency fades. The nervous system learns that it does not need to operate at maximum intensity all the time. Relationships often become more genuine as well. When you stop presenting an idealized version of yourself, others feel safer doing the same. Conversations shift from performance to honesty. Connection deepens because it is no longer built on unrealistic standards. Over time, you rediscover a quieter form of confidence, the kind that comes from knowing your limits and working within them. You trust that you can handle life without pushing yourself beyond what is sustainable. This trust replaces the fear that drove you to overextend in the first place. What emerges is a steady rhythm of effort and recovery, action and pause. You move through life with intention rather than urgency. Achievements feel satisfying because they are not overshadowed by the next expectation waiting to replace them. And in that rhythm, the nervous system finally experiences relief. The pressure to be more than human dissolves, replaced by acceptance of the strength already present in simply being human. You realize that limits are not barriers to growth. They are the structure that makes growth possible without collapse. Restoring human limits is not giving up ambition. It is giving ambition a foundation that will not break you. What remains is a grounded peace, the quiet understanding that you do not need to exceed your humanity to deserve rest, respect, or belonging. You are allowed to be a person, not a project, and that permission is where true healing begins. As the pressure of impossible expectations begins to lift and you allow yourself to live within human limits, another quiet discomfort often rises to the surface, the unease of unfinished stories. Conversations that never resolved, relationships that ended without explanation, plans that dissolved without warning. The mind keeps reaching back, trying to close loops that remain open. This next step is about releasing the need for perfect endings and finding peace in the spaces where answers never arrived. The need for closure comes from the brain's desire for certainty. Open endings feel like unfinished tasks, pulling attention back again and again. You replay conversations, imagine different outcomes, search for hidden meanings. The nervous system stays alert because it believes resolution will bring relief. Until then, it holds tension as if waiting for a signal that the situation is finally over. But life rarely provides clean conclusions. People leave without explaining. Opportunities fade without clear reasons. Circumstances change before you have time to understand them. When closure becomes a requirement for peace, you tie your calm to something you cannot control. The body remains unsettled because it is waiting for answers that may never come. Stoicism offers a different kind of resolution, acceptance that not everything will make sense. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from focusing on what is present rather than on what is missing. When you stop demanding a final explanation, you free yourself from the endless search. Peace returns not because the story is finished, but because you have stopped insisting that it must be. Accepting open endings begins with acknowledging the grief of not knowing. Uncertainty can feel like loss because it denies the comfort of understanding. Allowing yourself to feel that sadness without rushing to solve it softens its hold. The nervous system learns that ambiguity is painful but not dangerous. Another step is recognizing that meaning can exist without explanation. You may never know why something happened, but you can still decide what it taught you. Redirecting attention from why to what now shifts your energy toward growth instead of rumination. The past becomes a source of wisdom rather than a puzzle demanding completion. Letting go of imagined conversations is also part of healing. The mind often creates scenarios where you finally say what you wanted or hear what you needed. While these rehearsals feel like progress, they keep the body anchored in the unresolved moment. Gently returning to the present interrupts the cycle and allows emotional energy to settle. Stoicism encourages viewing life as a series of changing conditions rather than a narrative that must reach a satisfying conclusion. Some chapters end abruptly because that is how reality unfolds. When you accept this, you stop measuring peace by how neatly events are wrapped up. You begin to find stability in your ability to move forward without full understanding. Over time, open endings lose their sharpness. They become part of your story rather than interruptions to it. You carry them without being consumed by them. New experiences gradually fill the space they once occupied, not as replacements, but as continuation. Relationships with uncertainty also improve. You become more comfortable not knowing how things will unfold. Decisions feel less paralyzed by the fear of unfinished outcomes. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer equates ambiguity with threat. What emerges is a quiet resilience, the ability to live fully even when some questions remain unanswered. You trust that closure is not always something given. Sometimes it is something you create by choosing to stop revisiting the past. And in that choice, the body finds relief. The constant tension of waiting for resolution dissolves, replaced by a grounded acceptance of what is. You no longer hold your breath for a final explanation. You breathe within the openness, allowing life to continue without needing every thread tied. Accepting open endings does not erase the importance of what happened. It honors it by allowing it to rest. What remains is a calm understanding that peace does not require complete stories, only the willingness to live beyond them. In that willingness, the nervous system finally settles, no longer searching for doors that have already closed, but stepping forward into the quiet space ahead. As the need for closure begins to soften, and you accept that some stories end without neat explanations, another weight from the past often steps forward. Regret. Not just memories, but the lingering sense that something should have been different, that you should have known better, acted sooner, chosen differently. This next step is about loosening the grip of those backward-looking thoughts and allowing the body to step out of battles that can no longer be won. Regret keeps the nervous system tied to moments that no longer exist. The mind revisits decisions as if replaying them could change the outcome. You analyze every detail, searching for the exact point where things could have turned another way. The body responds with tension because it cannot distinguish between a remembered threat and a current one. Each replay activates the same emotional surge as if the event were happening again. This cycle often comes from the belief that holding on to regret prevents future mistakes. If you keep the pain close, you will stay careful. But in reality, constant rumination drains clarity instead of strengthening it. The nervous system becomes overloaded, making it harder to respond wisely in the present. Regret that once aimed to protect you ends up exhausting you. Stoicism offers a quiet release by emphasizing that the past is beyond influence. You can learn from it, but you cannot revise it. Resistance to what has already happened only extends the suffering into the present moment. Acceptance does not mean approval of past actions. It means recognizing that reality cannot be argued into changing. When you stop fighting history, the body begins to release the tension stored around it. Releasing regret starts with acknowledging that you made choices with the understanding you had at the time. Hindsight creates the illusion that you should have known what you could not have known then. Seeing your past self with compassion rather than judgment softens the emotional charge. You begin to view mistakes as part of growth instead of as permanent stains. Another step is shifting focus from what should have been to what is still possible. Regret narrows attention to lost opportunities, while acceptance opens it to current ones. The energy that was trapped in replaying the past becomes available for shaping the present. The nervous system relaxes because it senses forward movement instead of stagnation. Stoicism also encourages gratitude for lessons learned, even painful ones. Experiences that once seemed purely negative often contribute to wisdom, empathy, or resilience later. Recognizing this does not erase loss, but it transforms its meaning. The past becomes a teacher rather than an enemy. Physical release can accompany emotional release. Writing down lingering regrets, speaking them aloud, or simply acknowledging them internally can signal completion. The body responds to this recognition by reducing the urge to revisit the same memory repeatedly. You mark the experience as processed instead of unfinished. As regret loosens, you may notice a sense of lightness. Decisions feel less burdened by fear of repeating mistakes. Self-trust begins to rebuild because you see yourself as someone capable of learning, not someone defined by error. The future feels less intimidating because it is no longer overshadowed by unresolved guilt. Relationships with others may also shift. When you forgive your own past actions, you become more capable of forgiving theirs. Compassion expands because you recognize how easily humans can misjudge, misstep, or misunderstand. Connection deepens because it is no longer filtered through harsh evaluation. Over time, the nervous system settles into a new understanding. Safety does not require perfection in the past. It requires presence in the present. You no longer carry history as a constant weight. You carry it as knowledge that informs but does not imprison you. What remains is a quiet acceptance of your own humanity. You did not always get it right, and you will not always get it right in the future. Yet life continues, offering new chances to act with the wisdom gained from what came before. And in that acceptance, the body finds true relief. The tension of resistance dissolves, replaced by a steady calm that comes from no longer arguing with reality. You release the past not by forgetting it, but by allowing it to stay where it belongs, behind you, no longer dictating how you breathe, move, or live today. As the weight of regret begins to lift and you stop fighting the past for what it cannot return, another layer of healing becomes possible. Forgiveness. Not the kind that excuses harm or erases memory, but the kind that frees your body from carrying anger long after the moment has passed. This next step is about releasing emotional poison that was never meant to stay inside you, and discovering how forgiveness restores calm from the inside out. Unresolved resentment keeps the nervous system in a state of quiet agitation. Even when you are not thinking about the person or event directly, the tension lingers beneath the surface. The body remembers the injustice, the betrayal, the hurt. It stays slightly on guard, as if the past might repeat itself at any moment. Over time, this constant low-level alertness drains energy and narrows emotional range. Holding on to anger can feel like protection. It creates the illusion that staying upset prevents vulnerability. If you keep the wound open, you will not forget what happened. But this vigilance also prevents healing. The nervous system cannot fully relax while it is still mobilized for a battle that is already over. Forgiveness, in the Stoic sense, is not about trusting again blindly. It is about ending the internal war. Stoicism approaches forgiveness as an act of self-liberation rather than generosity toward the offender. The Stoics believed that people act according to their understanding, their fears, and their limitations. Recognizing this does not justify harmful behavior, but it removes the personal sting. When you see that others are driven by their own struggles, anger begins to soften into clarity. Forgiveness starts with acknowledging the impact of what happened without minimizing it. You allow yourself to feel the pain honestly instead of pretending it did not matter. This validation signals to the body that the experience is recognized, not ignored. Only then can release begin, because the nervous system no longer needs to keep the memory active to ensure it is not forgotten. Another step is separating the event from your identity. Harmful experiences can become woven into how you see yourself, as someone wronged, abandoned, or betrayed. Letting go of this identification restores a sense of wholeness. You are no longer defined by what happened. You are someone who lived through it and continued. Stoic forgiveness also involves relinquishing the need for repayment. The mind often waits for apology, acknowledgement, or justice before allowing peace. But tying your calm to someone else's actions keeps you bound to them. When you release the expectation that closure must come from outside, you reclaim authority over your inner state. Compassion may emerge naturally, not as an obligation, but as an understanding that suffering often produces harmful behavior. Seeing the humanity in others, even those who hurt you, reduces the intensity of resentment. It becomes easier to step back emotionally without carrying bitterness forward. As forgiveness deepens, physical changes follow. Muscles soften because the body no longer braces against remembered pain. Breathing becomes steadier because the emotional charge decreases. Sleep improves because the mind is not replaying old conflicts through the night. The nervous system shifts from defense to recovery. Forgiveness also creates space for new experiences. When resentment occupies less mental territory, curiosity and openness return. You can engage with life without filtering everything through past wounds. Relationships feel less threatening because you are not carrying unresolved anger into every interaction. Over time, you may notice that forgiveness does not erase memory. It changes its texture. The story remains, but it no longer burns. It becomes something you can recall without reliving. This transformation is what makes forgiveness a true emotional detox. It removes the toxicity while preserving the lesson. What emerges is a quiet strength grounded in freedom. You are no longer tied to the person or event that caused the pain. Your energy belongs to you again, available for growth instead of guardedness. And in that freedom, the nervous system finds deep restoration. The tension of unresolved anger dissolves, replaced by a calm that feels almost unfamiliar in its gentleness. You realize that forgiveness was never about them deserving peace. It was about you deserving it. Stoic forgiveness becomes the closing of an inner chapter without needing the other person to turn the page with you. What remains is a steady, unburdened presence, capable of moving forward without the weight of old wounds shaping every step. As forgiveness begins to loosen the grip of old resentment and your inner world grows quieter, another hidden tension often rises into awareness. Anger that was never fully expressed. Not explosive rage, but the kind that was swallowed, postponed, or buried to keep the peace. This next step is about acknowledging the body's response to suppressed anger and learning how to release that energy without harming yourself or anyone else. Anger is not just an emotion. It is a surge of energy designed to protect boundaries and signal that something matters deeply. When it is denied or pushed down repeatedly, that energy does not disappear. It settles into the body as tightness, restlessness, headaches, fatigue, or a constant undercurrent of irritation that has no obvious source. The nervous system stays activated because the original impulse to act was never completed. Many people learn early that anger is dangerous or unacceptable. Perhaps expressing it led to punishment, rejection, or escalation. The body adapted by containing it, turning outward reactions into inward pressure. This strategy preserved safety at the time, but over years it creates internal strain. Suppressed anger can surface as anxiety, emotional numbness, or sudden outbursts that seem disproportionate because they carry accumulated tension. Stoicism does not demand the elimination of anger. It teaches mastery over it. The Stoics viewed anger as a signal that judgment has labeled something as unjust or threatening. By examining that judgment calmly, you can decide how to respond without being consumed by the emotion itself. This approach transforms anger from a destructive force into information. Releasing suppressed anger begins with allowing yourself to feel it without immediately acting on it. Noticing the heat in the chest, the quickening of breath, the urge to move. Observing these sensations with awareness prevents them from building into explosive reactions. The body learns that anger can be experienced safely rather than feared. Physical movement often helps complete the stress cycle that anger initiates. Walking, stretching, controlled breathing, or other forms of motion give the energy a pathway out of the body. This is not about aggression, it is about discharge. When the physical tension decreases, the emotional intensity follows. Another step is expressing anger in ways that preserve dignity. Speaking honestly about what affected you, writing thoughts that were never voiced, or setting clear boundaries where silence once existed. Expression does not have to be loud to be effective. Calm clarity often communicates more powerfully than intensity. Stoicism also encourages distinguishing between what anger wants to protect and what it is reacting to unnecessarily. Sometimes anger signals a real violation that needs addressing. Other times it reflects expectations that reality did not meet. Understanding this difference prevents misdirected reactions and supports wiser responses. As suppressed anger releases, you may feel waves of emotion that seem unfamiliar. Sadness, relief, even exhaustion can follow because the body is recalibrating after long-held tension. Allowing these feelings to pass without judgment completes the process, restoring equilibrium. Relationships often benefit from this change. When anger is acknowledged rather than hidden, communication becomes more authentic. Others no longer sense unspoken tension, and you no longer carry resentment quietly. Boundaries become clearer, reducing the likelihood of repeated frustration. Over time, the nervous system learns that anger is not an emergency. It becomes one emotion among many, rising and falling without dominating your state. You gain confidence in your ability to handle conflict without losing control or suppressing yourself. What emerges is a balanced strength, the ability to stand firm without aggression, to protect your needs without hostility. Anger transforms from a hidden burden into a guide that points toward what requires attention or change. And in that transformation, the body experiences profound relief. Muscles release long-held tension, breathing deepens naturally. The constant background irritation fades, replaced by a steadier calm. You realize that releasing anger does not destroy stability, it restores it. The energy that once fueled suppression becomes available for clarity, courage, and presence. What remains is a quiet power, the knowledge that you can feel deeply without being overwhelmed, express truth without causing harm, and move forward without carrying unspoken fire inside you. As suppressed anger finds healthy release, and your body no longer carries silent fire beneath the surface, Another subtle dependency often becomes visible: the need for reassurance from outside yourself in order to feel safe. Not just comfort, but constant confirmation that everything is okay, that you are okay, that nothing bad is about to happen. This next step is about building a deeper foundation of safety, one that does not rely on someone else standing guard for you. External reassurance can feel soothing in the moment. A kind word, a quick response, a sign that you are accepted or protected. The nervous system relaxes briefly because safety seems confirmed. But when reassurance becomes a requirement rather than a support, calm becomes fragile. The moment it is absent, anxiety returns. You scan for signs of disapproval, silence or distance, interpreting them as danger instead of neutrality. This pattern often forms when stability was inconsistent. Safety depended on others' moods, availability, or approval. The body learned that calm was something granted from outside, not something generated within. As a result, self-soothing skills never had the chance to develop fully. You became skilled at seeking reassurance, but uncertain about how to stand alone in your own steadiness. Stoicism gently redirects attention inward by emphasizing self-reliance of character. The Stoics believed that true security comes from mastering your own responses rather than from controlling circumstances or people. When you know you can face discomfort without collapsing, the need for constant reassurance fades. Safety becomes something you carry, not something you request. Learning internal safety begins with noticing how often you look outward for confirmation. Checking for messages, replaying conversations, seeking signs that nothing has changed. Bringing awareness to these habits interrupts their automatic pull. Each time you pause before seeking reassurance, you give yourself the chance to respond differently. Breathing and grounding techniques help anchor the body in the present moment. Feeling your feet on the floor, noticing physical sensations, slowing your breath. These simple actions remind the nervous system that immediate danger is not present. You begin to experience calm as something you can generate, not something you must receive. Another step is building trust in your own resilience. Reflecting on past situations you navigated successfully, even without support, reinforces the belief that you can handle uncertainty. This memory of competence becomes a resource the body can draw on when reassurance is absent. Stoicism also encourages accepting that discomfort is not always a sign of threat. Unease can exist without indicating catastrophe. When you stop interpreting every anxious sensation as proof that something is wrong, the intensity decreases. The body learns that feelings are temporary states, not emergency alerts. Gradually, moments of solitude become less intimidating. Silence feels spacious instead of ominous. Waiting without confirmation becomes tolerable. You begin to enjoy your own company because it no longer feels like exposure to danger. This independence strengthens relationships too, because connection becomes a choice rather than a necessity. Over time, reassurance from others shifts from being essential to being appreciated. You can receive support without depending on it for stability. This balance allows relationships to breathe, free from the pressure of constant validation. The nervous system settles into a deeper calm because safety is no longer tied to unpredictable external factors. You carry your own anchor, steady even when circumstances fluctuate. Anxiety loses its urgency because you trust your ability to remain grounded. What emerges is a quiet self-assurance that feels both new and familiar, as if you are rediscovering something that was always there beneath the noise. You stand within yourself with a sense of stability that does not require constant checking. And in that stability, the body finds profound relief. The endless search for reassurance ends, replaced by a steady awareness that you can face life as it comes. External comfort becomes a gift rather than a lifeline. You are safe not because everything is certain, but because you have learned how to remain steady even when it is not. Learning safety without external reassurance is not isolation. It is independence rooted in calm. What remains is a grounded presence, quietly confident, capable of resting without waiting for permission from the world outside. As you begin to feel safe without constant reassurance, and your stability no longer depends on outside confirmation, another subtle reflex often comes into view: the urge to explain yourself in exhausting detail, not just clarifying when needed, but justifying your choices, your boundaries, your feelings, even your existence. This next step is about releasing the compulsion to over-explain and allowing your words to become lighter because they no longer carry the burden of proving you're right to be understood. Over-explaining usually comes from a fear of being misjudged. Somewhere along the way, you learned that simple statements were not enough, that you had to provide context, soften your message, anticipate objections, and reassure others before they could question you. Conversations became negotiations for acceptance rather than exchanges of meaning. The nervous system stays tense because it treats every interaction as a potential trial. This reflex often forms in environments where misunderstanding led to consequences. You learned that clarity prevented conflict, that thorough explanations reduced tension, that silence invited suspicion. The body adapted by speaking quickly, filling gaps, smoothing edges. But this strategy also creates strain, because it keeps you focused on managing perception rather than expressing truth. Stoicism offers relief by reminding you that your responsibility is honesty, not control over how others interpret you. Once you have communicated clearly and respectfully, the outcome belongs to them. Trying to manage every possible interpretation keeps you tied to their reactions. Letting go of that control frees your nervous system from an impossible task. Healing this reflex begins with practicing concise communication, saying what you mean without padding it with justifications, allowing your statement to stand on its own. At first, this can feel exposed, as if you have left something unfinished. But over time, the body learns that simplicity does not equal danger. It signals confidence rather than vulnerability. Another step is tolerating misunderstanding without rushing to correct it. Not every misinterpretation needs immediate resolution. Sometimes clarity comes with time, and sometimes it never comes at all. Stoicism encourages focusing on whether you acted with integrity, not on whether everyone agrees. This shift reduces the urgency to defend yourself repeatedly. Silence becomes a powerful ally in this process. Pausing after you speak allows others to absorb your words without feeling pressured. It also gives your nervous system a moment to settle instead of escalating into further explanation. Silence communicates steadiness in a way that excessive words cannot. Releasing over-explanation also reconnects you with your boundaries. You do not need permission to make decisions about your time, energy, or values. When you stop treating boundaries as requests for approval, they become clear statements of self-respect. The body relaxes because it no longer braces for negotiation every time you assert a need. As this habit fades, conversations feel less draining. You listen more fully because you are not busy preparing defenses. Your speech becomes calmer, more deliberate. Others may respond with greater respect because your words carry clarity rather than urgency. The nervous system gradually shifts from hyper-alert communication to grounded presence. Social interactions stop feeling like performances. You engage as yourself, not as someone trying to preempt every possible reaction. This authenticity creates a deeper sense of ease. What emerges is a quiet trust in your right to exist without constant justification. You do not need to convince everyone of your intentions for them to be valid. Your truth remains steady, even if it is not universally accepted. And in that trust, the body finds relief from the tension of constant explanation. Breathing deepens, shoulders soften, speech slows naturally. You experience the freedom of saying what matters and letting the rest remain unsaid. Healing the reflex to over-explain is not about becoming distant or dismissive. It is about respecting your own voice enough to let it stand without excessive defense. What remains is a calm, grounded way of communicating, clear, honest, and unburdened by the need to prove your worth through words. As the urge to constantly explain yourself begins to fade, and your words no longer carry the burden of proving your worth, another quiet drain on your nervous system often becomes visible. The habit of staying involved in everything, responding to everyone, carrying conversations long after your energy has run out. Not because you want to, but because stepping back once felt like abandonment or weakness. This next step is about releasing the exhaustion of over-engagement and learning how intentional withdrawal can restore strength instead of diminishing it. Over-engagement keeps the mind and body in a state of continuous output. Messages answered immediately, conflicts addressed before they settle, problems taken on that were never yours to solve. The nervous system rarely gets a chance to reset because attention is always directed outward. Even when you are physically still, mentally you are stretched across multiple situations at once. This pattern often develops from a desire to maintain harmony or relevance. Staying involved feels like staying safe. If you are present everywhere, nothing will fall apart without you. If you respond quickly, no one will feel ignored. But the cost is depletion. The body begins to signal fatigue through irritability, brain fog, tension, and a growing sense of being overwhelmed by even small demands. Stoicism offers a disciplined alternative: strategic withdrawal. The Stoics understood that energy is a limited resource and that wise action requires conserving it for what truly matters. Not every argument needs your participation. Not every problem needs your intervention. Choosing when not to engage is as important as choosing when to act. Protecting energy begins with recognizing early signs of depletion. The moment when attention starts to drift, when patience thins, when interactions feel heavier than they should. Instead of pushing through, you allow yourself to step back. This pause signals to the nervous system that rest is allowed before exhaustion becomes collapse. Another step is reducing exposure to unnecessary stimuli. Constant input keeps the mind reactive, preventing deeper calm. Creating pockets of quiet, time without conversation, without screens, without demands, allows the body to return to a balanced state. In these spaces, thoughts slow down, breathing deepens, clarity returns. Strategic withdrawal also involves redefining availability. You do not need to be reachable at all times to be reliable. Setting boundaries around when and how you engage protects your capacity to show up fully when it counts. This approach transforms engagement from obligation into choice. Stoicism encourages observing situations before entering them. asking whether your involvement will improve the outcome or simply add noise. When you engage selectively, your presence carries more weight because it is intentional rather than automatic. As over-engagement decreases, you may notice a quiet discomfort at first, the feeling that you are missing something or letting someone down. This discomfort comes from old conditioning, not from present danger. Staying steady through it allows the nervous system to learn that stepping back does not lead to catastrophe. Energy gradually returns. Conversations become more meaningful because you are not drained. Focus sharpens because attention is not scattered. Emotional balance improves because you are no longer absorbing every surrounding tension. Relationships often benefit as well. When you engage from a place of fullness rather than obligation, your presence feels calmer and more grounded. Others sense the difference, responding with greater respect for your boundaries. Over time, withdrawal stops feeling like retreat and starts feeling like renewal. You recognize that stepping back is not abandonment of responsibility, but preparation for wiser action. The body relaxes because it no longer anticipates endless demands. What emerges is a steadier rhythm of engagement and rest. You move towards situations with clarity and step away when your role is complete. This balance preserves your energy while maintaining meaningful connection. And in that balance, the nervous system finds deep recovery. The constant strain of over-involvement dissolves, replaced by a sense of spaciousness that allows you to breathe fully again. You realize that your energy is not an infinite supply to be spent indiscriminately. It is a resource to be protected and directed with care. Strategic withdrawal becomes a form of quiet strength, a way of honoring your limits while remaining present to what truly matters. What remains is a calm, focused presence, engaged when needed, at rest when not, steady in the knowledge that stepping back is sometimes the most responsible action of all. As you begin to protect your energy through intentional withdrawal and no longer feel obligated to respond to everything, another hidden strain often becomes easier to notice: the constant scanning for signs of disrespect. Not open hostility, but subtle shifts in tone, body language, attention, or status. A look that lingers too long, a message left unanswered, a comment that could be interpreted in more than one way. This next step is about releasing the exhausting vigilance toward perceived slights and restoring a sense of safety that does not depend on constant social defense. When the nervous system becomes conditioned to watch for disrespect, it stays in a low-level state of readiness. Every interaction carries an undercurrent of tension because it might contain threat. The mind analyzes conversations after they end, searching for hidden meanings. The body tightens before entering social situations, preparing to defend against humiliation or dismissal. Even neutral events can feel charged because the system is tuned to detect danger in the social environment. This sensitivity often forms after repeated experiences where disrespect had real consequences. Being overlooked, belittled, or treated unfairly teaches the body that vigilance prevents vulnerability. If you stay alert, you can protect yourself before the damage is done. But over time, this hyper-awareness creates isolation and exhaustion. You begin to see threats even when none exist, because the system no longer knows how to rest. Stoicism offers a stabilizing perspective by separating your worth from others' behavior. The Stoics believed that insults only wound when you accept them as truth. If someone speaks from ignorance, insecurity, or frustration, their words reflect their state, not your value. Recognizing this reduces the urgency to monitor every interaction for signs of attack. Releasing this vigilance begins with questioning interpretations. Instead of assuming disrespect, you consider alternative explanations: distraction, misunderstanding, or simply neutrality. This shift does not deny the possibility of harm. It prevents unnecessary escalation. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer treats ambiguity as immediate danger. Another step is strengthening internal validation. When your sense of worth comes from your own principles and actions, external slights lose intensity. You do not need every interaction to affirm you, because your stability is already grounded. Stoicism encourages focusing on living with integrity rather than on managing perception. Physical relaxation techniques also help break the cycle. Softening the jaw, lowering the shoulders, slowing the breath during interactions signals to the body that it does not need to brace. Over time, these signals retrain the nervous system to remain calm even in uncertain social environments. Strategic detachment plays a role as well. Not every slight deserves attention. Choosing when to respond and when to let something pass preserves energy and prevents unnecessary conflict. Silence can be an act of strength, demonstrating that your peace is not easily disturbed. As this pattern shifts, social interactions begin to feel less threatening. You listen more openly because you are not searching for hidden offense. Humor returns because you are not guarding every moment. Connection becomes possible again because trust replaces suspicion. The body gradually exits its defensive posture. Heart rate steadies, muscles release tension, breathing deepens. Sleep improves because the mind is not replaying perceived insults through the night. Energy returns because it is no longer spent on constant monitoring. What emerges is a calm confidence that does not depend on universal respect. You treat others with dignity while recognizing that their behavior cannot define you. Disrespect, when it occurs, becomes something to address thoughtfully rather than something that destabilizes you. And in that steadiness, the nervous system finds relief from a burden it carried for too long. The need to stay on guard dissolves, replaced by a quiet assurance that your worth is not fragile. You move through the world with openness instead of suspicion, grounded instead of reactive. Constant alertness to disrespect fades into a memory of how you once survived. What remains is a balanced awareness, attentive but not tense, self-assured but not hardened. The body finally understands that safety does not require scanning every room for threats, because the strongest protection you have now is the calm within you. As the need to scan every interaction for disrespect begins to fade, and your body no longer feels compelled to stay on guard around people, another deeper fear often rises into awareness: the fear of being alone. Not just physical solitude, but the quiet absence of distraction, conversation, and noise. For many, aloneness once felt like exposure, like something was missing that was necessary for safety. This next step is about transforming that fear and discovering how solitude can become one of the most stabilizing environments your nervous system will ever know. The fear of being alone usually forms when connection was tied to survival. Silence meant abandonment. Distance meant danger. The body learned that safety came from proximity to others, even if those connections were inconsistent or draining. As a result, solitude triggers unease, restlessness, or a pull to fill the space quickly with stimulation. The nervous system interprets quiet as vulnerability because it has not yet learned that calm can exist without company. This fear can lead to constant background noise, messages, media, conversations that prevent stillness from settling in. Distraction becomes a shield against the discomfort of facing your own thoughts. But this constant input also keeps the nervous system activated, unable to drop into deeper restoration. Without moments of true quiet, the body never fully resets. Stoicism offers a powerful reframe by presenting solitude not as absence, but as return. The Stoics often sought time alone to examine their thoughts, strengthen character, and detach from the chaos of the outside world. In solitude, they found clarity rather than emptiness. Safety came from self-knowledge, not from constant presence of others. Learning to feel safe alone begins with short, intentional moments of quiet. Sitting without reaching for a device, walking without external input, allowing the mind to settle naturally. At first, thoughts may race because they have been waiting for attention. The body may feel tense because it expects interruption. Staying with the discomfort teaches the nervous system that nothing harmful is happening. Another step is reframing solitude as nourishment rather than deprivation. Time alone becomes a chance to recharge, reflect, and reconnect with what matters to you. Instead of feeling excluded, you feel restored. The body begins to associate quiet with relief instead of risk. Gentle routines can anchor this transition. Lighting a candle, journaling, breathing slowly, or simply observing your surroundings. These actions provide structure while maintaining calm, helping the nervous system ease into stillness without feeling lost. As comfort with solitude grows, your relationship with yourself deepens. You notice thoughts without being overwhelmed by them. Emotions move through without needing immediate resolution. Creativity often emerges because the mind has space to wander freely. This internal companionship reduces dependence on constant external engagement. Relationships also improve as solitude becomes safe. You no longer seek connection out of fear of being alone, but out of genuine desire to share life with others. This shift creates healthier bonds because they are based on choice rather than need. The nervous system gradually recognizes that safety can exist even in silence. Heart rate slows, breathing deepens, muscles soften. Sleep becomes more restorative because the mind is not clinging to stimulation to avoid stillness. Energy returns because it is no longer spent resisting quiet. What emerges is a steady inner presence that feels like home. You carry calm with you whether surrounded by people or not. Loneliness transforms into peaceful aloneness, a space where you can exist without performing or defending. And in that space, the body finds profound healing. The fear that once accompanied solitude dissolves, replaced by a sense of protection that comes from within. You realize that being alone does not mean being unprotected. It means being free from external pressures long enough to reconnect with yourself. Discovering solitude as safety changes how you move through the world. You no longer rush to fill empty spaces or avoid quiet moments. Instead, you welcome them as opportunities to reset and restore. What remains is a calm independence, the knowledge that you are never truly abandoned when you have learned how to be present with yourself. In that presence, the nervous system finally rests, no longer searching outside for the stability that has quietly taken root within. As solitude begins to feel less like exposure and more like shelter, another wound sometimes surfaces beneath the quiet. The old imprint of abandonment. Not just being alone, but the deeper memory of being left without support when you needed it most. This next step is about meeting that pain without turning away, and learning how to become the steady presence for yourself that was once missing. Abandonment leaves a mark on the nervous system that goes beyond memory. It creates a lingering expectation that stability can disappear without warning. Even in safe environments, the body may stay tense, scanning for signs that connection is about to be withdrawn. A delayed reply, a change in tone, a shift in attention can trigger disproportionate anxiety because it echoes an earlier loss. This response formed to protect you. When support vanished before, vigilance became a survival skill. If you could anticipate distance, you might soften the impact. But over time, this constant alertness prevents relaxation. The body prepares for separation even when none is occurring, exhausting itself in the process. Stoicism offers a path towards stability by shifting the source of security inward. The Stoics taught that while relationships enrich life, they cannot be the sole foundation of peace because they exist beyond your control. Building inner steadiness allows you to appreciate connection without fearing its loss at every moment. Becoming your own secure base begins with acknowledging that your needs for safety and comfort are valid. Instead of dismissing them as weakness, you treat them with respect. This validation sends a calming signal to the nervous system, which no longer has to intensify distress just to be heard. Self-soothing practices help rebuild internal support, gentle breathing, grounding sensations, reassuring self-talk. Simple actions that communicate presence. You become the one who stays when emotions surge, rather than abandoning yourself through distraction or harsh judgment. Another step is developing consistency in small promises to yourself. Keeping routines, honoring rest, following through on intentions. Each act of reliability strengthens trust in your own stability. The body learns that support is available even when others are not immediately present. Stoicism also encourages accepting that separation and change are natural parts of life, not personal failures. Relationships evolve, circumstances shift, people come and go. When you stop interpreting these changes as proof of unworthiness, the emotional charge decreases. Loss becomes something to navigate rather than something that defines you. As internal security grows, fear of abandonment loosens its grip. You engage in relationships with openness instead of clinging. Independence and connection begin to coexist. You can care deeply without feeling that your survival depends on another person's constant presence. The nervous system gradually settles into a new expectation. That stability does not vanish when someone steps away. Heart rate steadies, breathing deepens, muscles release tension. Sleep becomes calmer because the mind is not rehearsing scenarios of loss through the night. What emerges is a quiet resilience rooted in self-trust. You know that even if circumstances change, you will not disappear with them. Your sense of identity and worth remains intact, anchored from within, rather than attached to external anchors alone. Relationships often become healthier as well. Without the urgency to secure constant reassurance, you allow others freedom to be themselves. This reduces pressure and invites more authentic connection. Paradoxically, when you stop grasping for permanence, bonds often become more stable, and in that stability, the body experiences profound relief. The old alarm signaling imminent abandonment grows silent, replaced by a steady calm. You realize that being your own secure base does not mean isolation. It means having a foundation that travels with you wherever you go. The trauma of abandonment transforms into a source of strength. You no longer fear being left because you know you will remain. What remains is a grounded presence, capable of loving without fear and resting without needing constant proof that you are safe. As you become your own secure base and the fear of being left no longer dictates your inner world, another habit often reveals itself. The constant urge to predict what will happen next. Not simple planning, but a relentless scanning of the future for every possible outcome, as if certainty could be manufactured through effort alone. This next step is about loosening that grip on anticipation and allowing the nervous system to rest from trying to control what has not yet arrived. The need to predict everything usually begins as a survival strategy. When life once felt unpredictable or unstable, forecasting became a way to reduce danger. If you could anticipate disappointment, conflict, or loss, you could prepare emotionally before it happened. The mind learned to run simulations constantly, staying one step ahead of imagined threats. But this vigilance keeps the body locked in tension because it never fully returns to the present moment. Over time, prediction turns into pressure. Decisions feel heavy because you are trying to foresee every consequence. Waiting becomes stressful because the unknown feels unsafe. Even positive situations carry anxiety because something unexpected could still go wrong. The nervous system remains activated, treating uncertainty as a threat rather than a natural part of life. Stoicism offers a gentler approach by emphasizing control over actions rather than outcomes. The Stoics understood that the future cannot be secured through worry. What can be shaped is your response when events unfold. Shifting focus from prediction to preparation reduces the burden on the mind. You no longer need to know everything in advance to remain steady. Letting go of constant forecasting begins with recognizing when your thoughts move ahead of reality. Catching the moment when you start constructing scenarios instead of experiencing what is actually happening. Bringing attention back to the present interrupts the cycle before it escalates into anxiety. Breathing deeply and grounding in sensory details helps anchor the body in the now. Feeling the chair beneath you, noticing sounds in the room, observing your surroundings. These small acts remind the nervous system that safety exists here, not in imagined futures. Another step is accepting that uncertainty does not equal danger. Not knowing what will happen simply means life is unfolding. When you stop interpreting unpredictability as a warning sign, the emotional intensity decreases. Curiosity can replace fear, allowing you to meet events as they come rather than resisting them. Stoicism also encourages trusting your ability to adapt. You may not control what happens, but you can influence how you respond. Remembering past situations you navigated successfully reinforces this trust. The body relaxes when it knows you can handle change instead of needing to prevent it. As the need to predict loosens, decision-making becomes clearer. You focus on what feels aligned now rather than on hypothetical outcomes. Waiting becomes more peaceful because you are not filling the space with worry. Spontaneity returns because you are not trying to map every step in advance. Relationships benefit as well. You listen more openly because you are not anticipating what others will say. You engage without rehearsing responses. Presence replaces mental absence, deepening connection. The nervous system gradually exits its forward-leaning posture and settles into grounded calm. Sleep improves because the mind is not racing through possible futures. Energy returns because it is no longer spent on constant mental calculations. What emerges is a quiet confidence in life's unfolding. You move forward with intention while allowing room for surprise. Plans become guides rather than rigid structures, flexible enough to adjust without causing distress. And in that flexibility, the body finds relief from the impossible task of controlling tomorrow. The tension of constant anticipation dissolves, replaced by a steady awareness that you can meet whatever comes with clarity and composure. Letting go of the need to predict everything does not mean abandoning responsibility. It means trusting that preparation and presence are enough. What remains is a calm openness, a willingness to experience life as it is rather than as you fear it might be, grounded in the knowledge that uncertainty is not the enemy, but the space where growth and peace quietly coexist. As the grip on prediction loosens and the future no longer feels like something that must be controlled, a quieter lesson begins to surface: the power of waiting without agitation. Not passive waiting filled with tension, but a steady patience that calms the entire body. This is where Stoic patience becomes more than a virtue. It becomes a form of regulation, a way to teach the nervous system that time itself is not an enemy. There is a special kind of exhaustion that comes from rushing through life internally, even when nothing urgent is happening outside. The mind pushes, the body follows, and the heart beats as if something important might be missed. Many people live in this state for years without realizing it. They eat quickly, walk quickly, speak quickly, and think quickly, as if slowing down would cause everything to fall apart. But the body interprets constant speed as danger. When everything feels urgent, nothing feels safe. Stoic patience interrupts that cycle. It reminds you that not every discomfort requires immediate action. Not every delay is a threat. Not every unanswered question needs to be solved tonight. The Stoics practiced enduring the space between effort and outcome without panic. They understood that growth often happens in silence, not in motion. Patience begins with allowing moments to unfold at their natural pace. When a conversation pauses, you do not rush to fill it. When progress feels slow, you do not force it. When emotions rise, you do not demand that they disappear instantly. This restraint sends a powerful signal to the nervous system. There is no emergency here. Breathing becomes slower when patience is present. Muscles release tension because they are no longer bracing for immediate action. Even the eyes soften, no longer scanning for the next problem to solve. The body shifts from survival mode into restoration mode, where healing becomes possible. Patience also changes how you experience frustration. Instead of reacting to obstacles as personal attacks, you see them as temporary conditions. Traffic becomes time to think. Waiting in line becomes a pause rather than a burden. Delayed results become part of the process rather than proof of failure. This reframing protects the body from spikes of stress that would otherwise accumulate throughout the day. The Stoics often reflected on nature to understand patience. Trees grow without rushing. Seasons change without argument. Night does not force morning to arrive sooner. Recognizing this rhythm helps you align with a pace that is sustainable instead of draining. You stop measuring life only by speed and start valuing steadiness. Another aspect of patience is trusting that clarity arrives with time. When you stop pressuring yourself to decide everything immediately, the mind becomes clearer. Solutions appear naturally because the brain is not overwhelmed. This reduces the mental noise that keeps the nervous system activated. Patience also protects relationships. You listen more fully instead of interrupting. You allow others to express themselves without pushing for quick conclusions. Conflicts soften because space replaces intensity. The body senses that connection is safe, not something that must be controlled. Practicing patience does not mean tolerating harmful situations or ignoring responsibilities. It means responding with calm timing instead of reactive urgency. Action still happens, but it comes from stability rather than fear. This difference determines whether the body feels drained or grounded afterward. Over time, patience becomes automatic. You notice yourself pausing before reacting. You feel less pressure to chase outcomes. You move through the day with a quiet confidence that things can unfold without constant force. The nervous system learns a new baseline, one where calm persistence replaces restless urgency. Sleep deepens because the mind is not racing to finish unfinished tasks. The heart rate lowers because the body no longer expects sudden threats. Even digestion improves because energy is no longer diverted toward constant alertness. These changes may feel subtle at first, but they accumulate into profound relief. What emerges is a sense of inner spaciousness. There is room to breathe, to think, to feel without pressure. Life becomes less about racing toward an endpoint and more about moving steadily through each moment. Stoic patience, then, is not simply waiting. It is trusting the process of time while remaining grounded in the present. It is allowing things to ripen instead of forcing them open. And in that trust, the nervous system finally receives the message it has been waiting for. That it is safe to slow down, safe to release urgency, safe to rest in the quiet strength of steady progress. As patience settles into your system and the body begins to trust that not everything must happen immediately, another hidden pattern becomes easier to see: the habit of mentally living in futures that have not happened, not planning in a healthy way, but rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters, predicting outcomes, and feeling the stress of events that may never exist. This next step is about returning from those imagined worlds, back into the stability of the present moment. There is a peculiar kind of fatigue that comes from constantly time traveling in your mind. You wake up already thinking about tomorrow's problems. You replay possible failures while brushing your teeth. You prepare emotional reactions for conversations that have not even occurred. By the time the day begins, the body has already burned through energy responding to situations that are not real. The nervous system does not distinguish between imagination and reality. If the mind treats something as urgent, the body follows. Living in future scenarios keeps the stress response activated because the brain believes danger is approaching. Muscles tighten as if preparing to act. Breathing becomes shallow as if conserving energy. The heart beats faster as if escape might be necessary. Yet nothing is actually happening in front of you. Safety is present, but the body cannot feel it because attention is elsewhere. Stoicism teaches a radical return to what is happening now. The Stoics believed suffering increases when the mind moves beyond what can be influenced in this moment. When attention returns to the present, the imagined threats lose their hold. You cannot solve tomorrow's uncertainty today, but you can ground yourself in what is real right now. Returning to present stability begins with noticing when your thoughts leave the room you are in. Catching the moment when your mind starts constructing scenes instead of experiencing life directly. This awareness alone weakens the stress response because it interrupts the automatic spiral. Simple grounding actions help anchor you. Feeling your feet on the floor, noticing the temperature of the air on your skin, listening to the quiet sounds around you. These details may seem small, but they pull the nervous system back into a state where safety can be felt instead of imagined. Another step is narrowing your focus to the next manageable action. Instead of worrying about everything that could happen, you return to what can be done now. Drinking water, sending one message, finishing one task. Progress replaces panic because the body senses movement instead of paralysis. Stoicism also reframes the future as something that will be handled when it arrives. The Stoics practiced negative visualization not to frighten themselves, but to remind the mind that even difficult events can be endured. This reduces the fear of uncertainty because you trust your resilience rather than fearing your weakness. As you stop rehearsing future pain, emotional energy returns. You notice colors more vividly. Food tastes better. Conversations feel more genuine. Life regains texture because your attention is no longer diluted across imagined timelines. Relationships benefit too. When you are present, people feel heard instead of managed. You respond to what is actually being said rather than to fears about what might be said later. Connection deepens because presence signals safety. Physically, the body begins to unwind. Shoulders drop as tension releases. The jaw unclenches because there is no threat to prepare for. Breathing slows, sending signals of calm to the brain. The parasympathetic system activates, allowing repair processes to resume. Sleep improves because the mind is not racing through tomorrow's scripts. You fall asleep grounded in the day that actually happened rather than the one you fear might occur. Rest becomes restorative instead of shallow. Over time, the present moment stops feeling like a place you briefly visit and starts feeling like home. You trust that life unfolds one step at a time, not all at once. The future becomes something you walk into rather than something you carry on your back. This does not mean abandoning responsibility or goals. It means engaging with them from stability instead of fear. Planning becomes intentional rather than compulsive. Preparation replaces obsession. Calm replaces urgency. What emerges is a quiet confidence that you can meet whatever comes without living through it in advance. The nervous system no longer burns energy preparing for imaginary battles. It conserves strength for real experiences. Returning to present stability is not a dramatic transformation. It is a series of small returns, again and again, until the habit of presence becomes natural. Each return tells the body the same message. Nothing is attacking you right now. Nothing needs to be solved this second. You are allowed to be here. And in that permission, the stress of living in future scenarios dissolves. What remains is a grounded awareness, steady and clear, where the mind no longer outruns life but walks beside it, calm, attentive, and finally at ease in the only place where peace has ever truly existed. This moment. As the present moment becomes a place you can finally rest in instead of escape from, another quiet strain begins to surface. The habit of turning inward not for peace, but for questioning. The constant analysis of every feeling, every reaction, every word spoken. This next step is about healing the reflex to interrogate yourself and replacing it with a gentler kind of awareness that does not treat your own mind like an enemy. There is a subtle form of stress that comes from never allowing yourself to simply feel something without examining it. A sadness appears, and immediately the mind demands an explanation. Anxiety rises, and you begin searching for the exact cause. Even moments of joy can trigger suspicion, as if happiness must be justified before it is allowed to stay. Over time, emotions stop flowing naturally and start feeling like problems to solve. Emotional self-interrogation often develops in environments where feelings were criticized, misunderstood, or unsafe to express. the mind learned that every emotion had to be monitored to prevent rejection or conflict. Questions like, "Why am I like this?" or "What's wrong with me?" became automatic. But instead of creating clarity, this constant scrutiny keeps the nervous system tense, as if you are always on trial inside your own head. Stoicism offers a different approach. It does not demand that you suppress emotions, nor does it encourage endless analysis. It teaches observation without judgment. Seeing thoughts and feelings as temporary events passing through the mind rather than evidence of personal failure. When you stop cross-examining yourself, emotions lose their intensity because they are no longer being amplified by resistance. Healing this habit begins with allowing feelings to exist without explanation. When sadness comes, you acknowledge it without dissecting it. When irritation arises, you notice it without turning it into a story. This simple permission signals safety to the nervous system. There is no interrogation happening, no pressure to fix something immediately. Another step is replacing harsh questions with compassionate ones. Instead of asking what is wrong with you, you ask what you might need. Instead of demanding answers, you offer understanding. This shift transforms the inner environment from a courtroom into a place of support. Silence becomes important here. Not the silence of avoidance, but the silence that allows emotions to settle naturally. When you stop poking at a feeling, it often fades on its own. Like muddy water left undisturbed, clarity returns without effort. Stoicism also reminds you that not every emotion carries a message that must be decoded. Some feelings are simply the nervous system releasing stored tension. Treating them as puzzles keeps them active longer than necessary. Allowing them to pass honors the body's natural process. As self-interrogation softens, mental energy returns. The mind becomes quieter because it is no longer looping through endless analysis. Decision-making improves because you trust your instincts instead of second-guessing every reaction. Relationships benefit too. You become less defensive because you are not preoccupied with evaluating yourself. Conversations feel lighter because your attention is outward instead of trapped in self-monitoring. Physically, the body relaxes when it senses that internal pressure has eased. The forehead smooths, breathing deepens, the stomach unclenches. These small shifts indicate that the nervous system is moving out of a defensive state. Creativity and spontaneity also return. When you are not analyzing every emotion, you respond more naturally to life. Humor feels easier. Curiosity replaces suspicion. Experiences become something to live through rather than something to study from a distance. Healing this habit does not mean ignoring patterns that truly need attention. It means choosing when reflection is helpful instead of making it a constant reflex. Thoughtfulness replaces overthinking. Awareness replaces interrogation. Over time, a new relationship with yourself forms, one based on trust rather than scrutiny. You learn that you do not need to solve every feeling to remain stable. You can let emotions move through you like weather, knowing they will change without your intervention. The nervous system begins to settle into a state of quiet acceptance. It no longer prepares for internal conflict because the harsh inner voice has softened. What remains is a steady presence, calm and grounded. And in that calm, you discover something unexpected. Peace does not come from understanding yourself perfectly. It comes from allowing yourself to exist without constant examination. The habit of emotional self-interrogation fades, replaced by a compassionate awareness that feels less like control and more like coming home to a place inside you that was never meant to be questioned so harshly. As the inner questioning softens and you stop putting every emotion on trial, another quiet source of tension becomes easier to notice. The endless stream of what-if thoughts. Questions that multiply instead of resolve. Scenarios that stretch far beyond the present moment. This next step is about stepping out of that maze of possibilities and anchoring yourself in what is actually real right now. There is a special kind of anxiety that comes from living in hypothetical futures. What if this goes wrong? What if they leave? What if something bad happens when you least expect it? The mind treats these questions as preparation, but the body experiences them as danger signals. Each what if pulls you away from safety and into uncertainty, keeping the nervous system on high alert. What if thinking often begins as a way to protect yourself from surprise. If you can imagine every possible outcome, you believe you will not be caught off guard. But the cost is constant tension. The body never receives permission to relax because there is always another scenario to consider. Even calm moments feel temporary, as if something is about to interrupt them. Stoicism approaches uncertainty differently. It does not deny that difficult things can happen, but it refuses to suffer them in advance. The Stoics focused on what is within control now, rather than on endless speculation. By narrowing attention to the present, imagined threats lose their urgency. Anchoring in what is begins with noticing when your mind drifts into hypothetical territory, catching the moment when you leave reality and enter possibility. This awareness interrupts the cycle before it gathers momentum. Returning to physical sensations helps ground you. Feeling your breath move in and out. Sensing the weight of your body supported by the chair or bed. Listening to the steady rhythm of your surroundings. These signals remind the nervous system that safety exists in the current moment. Another step is asking a simple question. What is actually happening right now? Not what could happen, not what might happen, but what is real. Often the answer is far less threatening than the imagined scenarios. This contrast weakens the power of anxious thoughts. Stoicism also encourages accepting uncertainty as a permanent part of life rather than something to eliminate. When you stop fighting the unknown, the body relaxes because it is no longer trying to achieve impossible certainty. You trust that you will respond when needed instead of preparing endlessly. As what-if thinking quiets, mental clarity returns. Decisions become easier because they are based on present information rather than speculation. Focus improves because attention is no longer scattered across countless possibilities. Emotionally, you feel lighter. Joy becomes easier to experience because it is not overshadowed by fear of loss. Gratitude deepens because you are aware of what is here instead of worrying about what might disappear. Relationships also change. You listen more fully because you are not anticipating negative outcomes. Conversations become genuine rather than guarded. Connection grows because presence signals safety to others. Physically, the body unwinds, the shoulders drop, the jaw releases. Breathing slows into a natural rhythm. These changes indicate that the nervous system is shifting from anticipation to stability. Sleep improves as well. Nights are no longer filled with rehearsing future disasters. Rest becomes deeper because the mind is not trying to control tomorrow. Energy returns because it is no longer drained by constant vigilance. Over time, anchoring in what is becomes second nature. You trust the present moment instead of fearing it. You move through uncertainty with steadiness rather than panic. Life feels less like a problem to solve and more like an experience to live. This does not mean ignoring risks or responsibilities. It means addressing them when they are real instead of when they are imagined. Action replaces rumination. Calm replaces urgency. What remains is a grounded awareness that does not chase every possibility. The future becomes something you step into, not something you carry in your mind all day. Peace emerges not from knowing what will happen, but from knowing you can face it when it does. And in that grounded state, the anxiety of what-if thinking fades into the background. You stand firmly in what is, steady, present, and no longer pulled in every direction by questions that never needed answers in the first place. As the mind loosens its grip on endless what-if scenarios and learns to stand on the solid ground of what is real, one final fear often lingers quietly beneath all the others: the fear of endings. Not just the end of situations, but the ultimate ending that every human carries in the background of awareness. This next step is not about becoming dark or hopeless. It is about discovering the strange calm that appears when you stop running from the fact that life is temporary. Most anxiety is fueled by the illusion that everything must be secured forever, that relationships must last, health must remain stable, plans must unfold exactly as expected. When life shows signs of change or fragility, the nervous system reacts as if something unnatural is happening. But nothing about change is unnatural. The Stoics believed that remembering mortality was not depressing. It was clarifying. It stripped away trivial worries and brought attention back to what truly matters. Avoiding the topic of death keeps the body in quiet tension. There is always an unspoken sense that something terrible is waiting in the distance. This unacknowledged fear can shape decisions, relationships, even daily moods. But when mortality is faced calmly, the unknown becomes less threatening because it is no longer hidden. Accepting mortality begins with recognizing that impermanence applies to everything. Moments, possessions, roles, even identities shift over time. Instead of resisting this truth, you allow it to deepen your appreciation for what exists now. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer has to defend against the inevitable. Stoicism frames mortality as a reason to live more deliberately. When time is seen as limited, attention becomes precious. You stop wasting energy on conflicts that do not matter. You speak honestly because there may not be endless opportunities to do so. You rest when tired because postponing care no longer feels wise. This perspective reduces anxiety by narrowing focus to what can be experienced today. The mind stops stretching endlessly into the future because it recognizes the value of the present. Gratitude becomes natural, not forced, because each ordinary moment feels meaningful. Physically, the body responds to this acceptance with relief. Tension eases when you are no longer trying to outrun time. Breathing deepens because there is nothing to chase. The heart rate steadies as the sense of urgency fades. Relationships also shift. You become more patient, knowing that every interaction is finite. Forgiveness feels easier because holding resentment no longer seems worth the cost. Love becomes quieter but stronger, grounded in appreciation rather than possession. Fear of loss softens too. Instead of clinging tightly to people or experiences, you allow them to exist freely. This does not reduce connection, it strengthens it. Presence replaces control, making time together more genuine. Sleep often improves when mortality is accepted. Nights are no longer haunted by vague dread. The mind rests more easily because it is not fighting an unavoidable truth. Rest becomes an act of trust in life's rhythm. Stoic practices like reflecting on the day as if it could be the last were not meant to create fear. They were meant to remove illusion. When you see clearly that life is temporary, small problems shrink. Petty comparisons lose importance. The nervous system no longer reacts intensely to minor disturbances because perspective has expanded. Acceptance of mortality also brings courage. Decisions become guided by values rather than fear. You take meaningful risks because safety no longer means avoiding all discomfort. Living fully becomes more important than avoiding uncertainty. Over time, a quiet peace settles in, not the peace of denial, but the peace of alignment with reality. You move through life with awareness rather than avoidance. Each day feels complete on its own, not just a step towards some distant future. This does not remove sadness or grief when loss occurs. It simply prevents the added suffering that comes from believing things should have lasted forever. You allow emotions to move through you without resistance, trusting that they are part of being human. What remains is a deep stability that does not depend on permanence. The nervous system learns that safety does not come from controlling time, but from accepting its flow. Fear gives way to reverence for the fleeting nature of experience, and in that acceptance, something unexpected happens. Life feels lighter, not heavier. Urgency transforms into presence. Anxiety dissolves into clarity. The awareness of mortality stops being a shadow and becomes a quiet guide, reminding you to live fully, speak kindly, rest deeply, and appreciate the fragile, beautiful moment you are standing in right now. As acceptance of life's impermanence settles into the body and the fear of endings loosens its grip, another pressure often rises into awareness, the fear of choosing wrong. The quiet dread that one decision could ruin everything, close doors forever, or lead to regret that cannot be undone. This next step is about releasing that weight and learning to move forward without treating every choice like a life or death verdict. There is a deep strain that comes from believing every decision must be perfect. The mind rehearses options endlessly, searching for certainty that does not exist. You weigh outcomes, imagine consequences, and delay action because the cost of being wrong feels unbearable. Meanwhile, life continues moving, and the nervous system remains suspended in tension, unable to relax because nothing feels resolved. This fear often forms in environments where mistakes were punished harshly or where approval depended on performance. The brain learned that safety comes from avoiding error. Over time, even simple choices begin to carry emotional risk. The body reacts as if danger is present, even when the decision is ordinary. Stoicism offers relief by reframing what a choice really is. The Stoics believed that control lies in intention and effort, not in results. You can choose thoughtfully, act with integrity, and still encounter outcomes you did not expect. That does not mean the decision was wrong. It means life is complex and unpredictable. Releasing the fear of making the wrong choice begins with accepting that uncertainty is part of every path. No option comes with a guarantee. Waiting for absolute clarity keeps you stuck because clarity often appears only after movement begins. When you allow yourself to act without total certainty, the nervous system shifts from paralysis into engagement. Another step is redefining mistakes as information rather than failure. Every outcome teaches something about reality and about yourself. This perspective reduces the emotional charge around decisions because nothing is wasted. Even detours contribute to understanding. Stoicism also encourages focusing on values instead of outcomes. When choices are guided by principles such as honesty, kindness, or courage, the fear of regret decreases. You trust that acting in alignment with your character is more important than controlling the result. This creates a sense of inner stability that external circumstances cannot easily shake. Physically, the body begins to relax when the pressure to be perfect fades. The shoulders loosen because they are no longer carrying imagined consequences. Breathing becomes steady because urgency decreases. Sleep improves because the mind is not replaying decisions late into the night. Confidence grows as you experience your ability to adapt. You see that even when things do not unfold as planned, you can adjust, learn, and continue forward. The nervous system internalizes this resilience, reducing fear the next time a choice arises. Relationships also benefit. You become more authentic because you are not constantly seeking approval for every decision. You listen to others' perspectives without surrendering your own judgment. Boundaries strengthen because you trust your capacity to navigate consequences. Creativity returns when fear loosens. You explore new ideas without worrying about immediate success. Curiosity replaces caution. Life feels more open because possibilities are no longer overshadowed by anxiety. Letting go of this fear does not mean acting recklessly or ignoring wisdom. It means recognizing that growth requires movement. Standing still to avoid mistakes is its own kind of loss. The body feels safer when it knows that progress is allowed, even if imperfect. Over time, decisions become less dramatic. They are simply steps taken with the information available at the moment. You move forward with humility instead of pressure, knowing that adjustment is always possible. What emerges is a quiet trust in yourself, not because you always choose perfectly, but because you know you can handle whatever follows. The nervous system stabilizes around this trust, no longer bracing for catastrophe with every fork in the road. And in that steadiness, freedom appears. Choices stop feeling like traps and start feeling like opportunities to participate in life's unfolding. The fear of making the wrong choice dissolves into a calm willingness to choose, act, learn, and continue, grounded in the understanding that no single decision defines you, but the courage to move forward always strengthens you. As trust in your own decisions begins to grow and the fear of choosing wrong loosens its hold, something else becomes noticeable. The constant background noise that was always there but rarely acknowledged. Not external sound, but the endless commentary inside the mind. Thoughts stacking on top of thoughts, replaying conversations, narrating every action, filling every quiet space. This next step is about healing from that chronic mental noise by rediscovering the power of inner silence. There is a unique kind of exhaustion that comes from never experiencing true quiet inside your own head. Even when the room is silent, the mind continues talking, planning, judging, remembering, worrying, comparing. It can feel as if there is no off switch, as if stillness is something other people experience, but not you. Over time, this constant activity keeps the nervous system alert because it never receives the signal that the environment is safe enough to rest. Mental noise often develops as a coping mechanism. Thinking becomes a way to maintain control, to avoid uncomfortable feelings, or to stay prepared for what might happen next. The brain learns to stay busy because busyness feels safer than stillness. But the cost is continuous tension, as if the body is always on standby for a task that never ends. Stoicism points toward a different relationship with the mind. The Stoics practiced observing thoughts without attaching to them, allowing them to pass like clouds instead of engaging with each one. They understood that not every thought deserves attention. Some are simply echoes of past fears or habits, not instructions that must be followed. Healing begins with creating small moments of silence on purpose, not forcing the mind to stop, but gently stepping back from the conversation happening inside, focusing on the breath, on the sensation of being present, on the rhythm of the body. At first, the noise may seem louder because you are finally noticing it, but over time, awareness weakens its intensity. Silence is not emptiness. It is a space where the nervous system can reset. When the mind pauses, even briefly, the body shifts out of constant activation. Heart rate slows, muscles soften. Energy that was used for thinking becomes available for restoration. Another part of this healing is reducing unnecessary stimulation. Constant scrolling, multitasking, and information overload keep the mind from settling. Choosing periods of quiet, without music, screens, or conversation, allows the brain to recalibrate. It may feel uncomfortable at first, like stepping into unfamiliar territory, but discomfort fades as the body learns that silence is safe. Stoicism also encourages distinguishing between useful thoughts and repetitive ones. Practical thinking solves problems and then stops. Chronic noise repeats the same concerns without resolution. Recognizing this difference helps you disengage from loops that drain energy without producing clarity. As silence deepens, intuition becomes easier to hear. Decisions feel simpler because they are not buried under layers of analysis. Creativity returns because the mind has room to wander without pressure. Emotions become clearer because they are not drowned out by constant commentary. Relationships improve as well. When your inner world is quieter, you listen more fully. You respond instead of reacting. Presence replaces distraction, creating deeper connection. Physically, the body responds with visible relief. The forehead relaxes. The jaw unclenches. Shoulders drop. Breathing becomes slower and deeper. These changes signal that the nervous system is entering a restorative state where healing can occur. Sleep transforms when mental noise decreases. Nights are no longer dominated by racing thoughts. Rest becomes deeper because the mind is not trying to solve everything at once. Morning arrives with more energy because the brain truly rested. Over time, inner silence stops feeling like something you must create and starts feeling like your natural state beneath the noise. Thoughts still come and go, but they no longer dominate. You choose when to engage and when to let them pass. This silence does not make you detached from life. It makes you more available to it. Without constant mental interference, experiences feel richer and more immediate. Joy is felt more deeply. Calm becomes a familiar companion rather than a rare visitor. Healing from chronic mental noise is not about achieving a permanently empty mind. It is about discovering that peace exists underneath the activity. You learn that you are not the voice narrating every moment, but the awareness that can step back and rest. And in that quiet space, the nervous system finally understands that nothing is chasing you. Nothing needs to be solved right now. Nothing is demanding constant attention. What remains is a gentle stillness, steady, grounding, and profoundly restorative, where the mind no longer overwhelms the body and silence becomes the place where true healing begins. As inner silence begins to replace the constant mental chatter, many people notice something surprising. Even when the mind quiets down, the body still struggles to relax. Muscles remain tense, sleep feels shallow, rest feels uncomfortable, almost undeserved. This reveals another hidden layer of healing. The body does not only need physical stillness, it needs psychological permission to rest. There is a deep conditioning in many people that equates rest with weakness. Productivity is praised, endurance is admired, pushing through exhaustion is treated like strength. Somewhere along the way, the nervous system learned that slowing down might lead to criticism, failure, or loss of control. So, even when there is nothing urgent to do, the body stays alert, as if waiting for the next demand. This is why vacations sometimes feel restless at first, why weekends can bring anxiety instead of relief, why lying down can trigger guilt instead of comfort. The body is not resisting rest because it cannot relax. It is resisting because it does not feel allowed to. Stoicism offers a compassionate correction to this belief. The Stoics valued effort, but they also valued balance. They understood that a clear mind requires recovery, just as a strong body requires sleep. Rest was not seen as indulgence, but as preparation for living wisely. When you adopt this perspective, rest becomes purposeful rather than shameful. Psychological permission begins with changing the internal narrative. Instead of thinking, "I should be doing more," you replace it with, "Recovery is part of strength." This reframing signals safety to the nervous system. The body begins to release tension because it no longer feels watched or judged. Another step is practicing intentional pauses during the day. Not waiting until exhaustion forces you to stop, but choosing moments of stillness before burnout arrives. Sitting quietly, breathing slowly, allowing your shoulders to drop. These small acts retrain the body to associate rest with control instead of collapse. Stoicism also teaches acceptance of human limits. You are not designed to operate continuously without renewal. Recognizing this reduces the pressure to perform constantly. When expectations become realistic, the nervous system stops striving for impossible endurance. Rest deepens when you allow yourself to disengage mentally as well as physically, putting aside unfinished tasks without replaying them in your head, trusting that work will still be there tomorrow. This mental release is often the missing piece that prevents true relaxation. As permission grows, the body begins to show signs of relief. Breathing slows naturally, the stomach softens, the heartbeat steadies. Warmth returns to the hands and feet as circulation improves. These changes indicate that the parasympathetic system is finally taking over. Sleep becomes more restorative because it is no longer entered with tension. You fall asleep without feeling that you must earn rest through exhaustion. Waking up feels lighter because the body actually repaired itself during the night. Emotionally, you become more patient and less reactive. Fatigue often amplifies irritability and anxiety. When rest is consistent, resilience increases. Challenges feel manageable because your internal resources are replenished. Relationships benefit too. You engage with others from a place of presence rather than depletion. Listening becomes easier. Compassion flows more naturally because you are not running on empty. Over time, rest transforms from something you squeeze into life into something that supports it. You begin to recognize early signs of strain and respond before burnout develops. The body trusts that care will be provided, reducing the need for emergency signals like tension and anxiety. Granting yourself permission to rest is not laziness. It is responsibility toward your own well-being. It acknowledges that you are not a machine, but a living system that requires cycles of effort and recovery. What emerges is a new relationship with stillness. Quiet moments no longer feel wasted. Doing nothing becomes a form of nourishment. Peace replaces guilt, and restoration becomes part of your identity rather than an exception. And in that permission, the nervous system finally settles. It understands that safety does not depend on constant motion. It learns that stopping is not dangerous. Rest becomes a place where strength quietly rebuilds itself, where clarity returns, and where the body remembers what it feels like to exist without pressure, calm, supported, and finally allowed to recover. Tonight was never about fixing you, because you were never broken. It was about unlearning the tension you carried for too long, releasing the vigilance, the urgency, the silent pressure to hold everything together. You walked through fear, overthinking, regret, control, exhaustion, and the noise that kept your mind from resting. And step by step, you taught your body something it may not have felt in years, that it is safe to soften. Stoic healing is not loud. It does not demand attention. It works quietly, like night repairing what daylight strained. A calmer breath, a slower heartbeat, a mind that no longer fights itself. This is how the nervous system rebuilds, not through force, but through steady acceptance of what is and gentle release of what never belonged to you in the first place. If something inside you feels lighter right now, even if you can't explain why, that's the shift. That's what happens when the body stops preparing for danger that isn't there. Before you drift off, leave a single word in the comments that describes how you feel in this moment. Not a long explanation, just one honest word. Calm, heavy, clear, numb, hopeful. Whatever is real for you. Someone else reading it may realize they're not alone tonight. And if this space helped you breathe a little easier, subscribe and stay with us. Because peace is not something you visit once. It's something you practice, night after night, until it becomes your natural state. Rest now. Nothing is chasing you anymore.